Hmm. Oh, అంతే మేడం.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you to the National Engineering Conference 2025, organized by Institute of Engineers Sri Lanka. We're delighted to welcome our chief guest this morning, Honorable Chaturanga Abhay Singha, Deputy Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development. Our chief guest is escorted by the IESL President and other council members. May I request us all to please rise and welcome them as they join us into the hall. to invite the following dignitaries to please join us in the lighting of the traditional oil lamp. Joining us here this morning, our chief guest, Honorable Chaturanga Abhay-Singha, Deputy Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development, Engineer Granny R. Jayalath, IESL President, Engineer Dr. Kamal Laksiri, National Engineering Conference 2025 Chair, Engineer Kosala Kamburadeniya, IESL President-elect, Engineer Professor Ranjit Dissanayake, IESL Immediate Past President, Engineer Priyal De Silva, IESL Past President, representing all other past presidents, Engineer Kamala Gunawardena, IESL Vice President, Engineer Prabodha Janasena, IESL Vice President, Engineer Samantha Gunawardena, IESL Vice President, Engineer Manjula Samarasinghe, IESL Honorary Treasurer, Engineer Suran Fernando, IESL Honorary Secretary, Engineer Professor J.P. Karnadasa, representing the speakers today, and also Engineer Dr. Jayalath Edrisinghe, representing the speakers today. And we'd also like to invite Engineer Neil Abhay-Sekara, IESL CEO, Executive Secretary. Please remain standing, ladies and gentlemen, as our dignitaries will take their places. We now move on, ladies and gentlemen, to the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may please take your seats now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you to the National Engineering Conference 2025, proudly organized by the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, this flagship event of IESL, the National Engineering Conference, brings together in the audience industry leaders, policymakers, academics, and professionals, all under one roof with one common purpose. And that purpose is to explore engineering-driven solutions to the pressing national challenges of our time. As our nation navigates through economic as well as technological shifts, the role of engineers has never been more critical. I'm sure you all agree that engineers are not just problem solvers, engineers are also nation builders. From energy to infrastructure, from agriculture, public safety, digital transformation, and so much more. Today, the engineers who will be joining us on stage will shine a light on how engineering can shape a resilient and sustainable future for Sri Lanka. So we have lots to look forward to today, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore let's now begin on this journey of ideas as well as collaboration and innovation. As we begin with our conference, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for a few introductory remarks to be made by the president of IESL. Allow me now to do the honors of introducing our president to you. Engineer Granny R. Jayalath graduated from the University of Moratuwa in 1986. He completed his MSc Engineering from the University of Utrecht, Netherlands in 1998, and he also has an MSc Economics in Transport Economics from the University of Colombo, which was done in 2007. He further completed a postgraduate diploma in IT as well as in construction management. He's a fellow of the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transport UK. He serves as the CIHT country champion for Sri Lanka. He's a life member of Indian Road Congress, a member of the World Road Congress, a graduate member of ICE UK, and he's also a member of SLSTC. He has been serving the IESL Council for the last 21 years. He served 28 years in the Road Development Authority and 4 years in Australia as well. He has presented over 22 research papers, both locally and internationally, in the transport and road engineering sector, and he's currently involved in a research study towards integrating livable attributes into city roads, design practices in Sri Lanka. With this prolific introduction, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite our president to do the honors of the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Engineer Granny R. Jayalath.
Very good morning to all those who had assembled here today for the National Engineering Conference organized annually by the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka. I welcome our chief guest today, Deputy Minister, and all the heads of the government institutions, presidents of membership organizations, and head of the statutory bodies, ISL past presidents, immediate past president, university academics, and chairman, National Engineering Conference and the committee, all council members, ISL members, ISL executive secretary, and all supporting members, dear ladies and gentlemen. The National Engineering Conference 2025 serves really as a platform to present development policies, directives to the government and all respective authorities for uplifting the country's economy. with particular reference making to the engineering inputs and engineering advances over the country's economic sectors. This year's conference focuses on key sectors of our country's economy: manufacturing and production, chemical and process engineering, electrical, electronics and telecommunications, infrastructure, construction sector, water supply and sanitation sector, provision of transportation, and this time, particularly the policy on engineering education also. ISL is always prepared to work in collaborate with the government and its agencies, always, to assist in providing engineering and technological expertise in formulating development policy directive to suit our country. Because today we have government representatives and as well as other stakeholders of government authorities, I wish to emphasize one important observation ISL had been used to experience over the last few decades. All previous governments and authorities would say either never or else very rarely consider the ISL inputs in shaping the respective development policies for uplifting our country's economy. We had been really formulating, developing those policies. Just to quote an example, this is a very predominant example. Even this moment ago, we were discussing with the minister also. It is the national transport policy. Being a transport person is still not happy when I consider my own profession, what we have done for the country. So the first, just to elaborate a little bit, the first transport policy was formulated in the year 2009, but it was not executed. But I am not criticizing anybody, please. But just sharing some facts. These facts are common to all other sectors also. We all together really need to shoulder this reality, unless otherwise we won't move past. Then again in 2017, the earlier prepared transport policy in 2009 was revisited. And this policy was even approved by the cabinet in 2017. So a policy is still being approved in 2017. Our transport issues, transport sector problems still remain. Again, I'm not blaming. All of us should get shoulder, need to really have the change now. Then in 2017, though it was approved, it was not executed. So as a result, just to quote one example, end result. Almost you know about 1.5 million workforce daily consumes 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening to travel the last 20 kilometers prior to they reach Colombo. So their working hours are 8.5 hours, and they consume another 4 hours for mobility. We have about 28,000 engineers. Very proud to say now it's reached 30,000. And we have not earlier days 24 disciplines. Even next year, much more sub-disciplines comes and merge. We produce 2,500 engineers per year and about 3,000 from other higher education institutions. I'm just explaining the facts and the context. Then going back to the transport policy, then again in 2021, another policy was formulated. And this scenario is common for almost other sectors. Even it had to undergo the same fate. Now I heard the Minister of Transport and Highways had recently appointed a committee to formulate another new one. But its status is unknown to me until this moment. Despite above circumstances, even though those things had been there, ISL is still eager to work with the respective government authorities, following a wholesome and a transdisciplinary approach towards finalizing this vital national transport policy to suit our context. We are sharing our thoughts today during this conference, way forward thoughts for transport, national transport policy. Similar circumstances, going back a little bit away, similar circumstances prevail in respect of national water policy 2023. And ISL now working together with almost all its stakeholders in revisiting this policy, again, adopting a transdisciplinary approach. And we wish to share our inputs with the cabinet-appointed subcommittee for this purpose. We heard cabinet had been appointed a subcommittee to revisit the National Water Policy 2023. So ISL requests government to have a listening to our feedback. So prior to winding up, I just quote about one or two examples. Prior to winding up, I also take this opportunity to emphasize an important and inevitable shift we need right now. Otherwise, to escalate and execute the government's or our inspiring development goals could not be achieved. That is a complete attitude shift. Thus, replacing the leadership-centric subjective approaches. That approach we had been undergoing for many decades, leadership-centric approaches. Now, this needs to be replaced by policy-centric approaches. Whatever the leader, whatever the qualities of the leader, must adhere to the policy goals. For this sort of new governance, we need honest and genuine leaders, particularly who could maintain these qualities consistently throughout their professional careers. Deliverables could only be achieved through such a leadership. But we know that one. Identification of such leaders is a very great challenge because some leaders change with time. So I urge the government and the head of the institution to pay attention to this phenomena also when you are trying to identify the leaders to execute the plan and to ensure that the deliverables. Otherwise, for example, again, coming back to transport solution, is a multimodal shift. It's very about, just to quote an example, 95%, almost 95% of the total transport mobility demand is being made by road transport. But railway is still 5%. But I don't really like to quote from Singapore, Japan, because most of our engineers already gone there and they know the story. Road Development Authority had trained intelligent transport engineers, 27 engineers for the last 20 years. Not blaming, but we must change the attitude now. So with this short speech, I hand over the podium to proceed the proceedings of the conference. And I wish the next 2025 a great success. Thank you very much.
From the ancient cities carved from stone to the towering skylines of today. Sri Lanka's story is written in the language of engineering. Centuries ago, our ancestors built marvels that still inspire the world. Intricate water management systems, towering stupas, and advanced irrigation networks. These feats were not only monuments of stone and brick, but symbols of vision, innovation, and resilience. Engineering continues to shape our nation, connecting people, energizing industries, building smarter cities, and safeguarding our environment. Every bridge we cross, every light we switch on, and every drop of clean water we drink carries the work of engineers. The National Engineering Conference, organized by the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka, is more than an event. It is a platform where knowledge meets action, where experts, innovators, and decision makers come together to solve our nation's most pressing challenges. Here, ideas are transformed into strategies, and strategies into projects that move our country forward. From renewable energy and climate resilience, to modern transportation and sustainable agriculture, engineering is the driving force behind economic growth and social progress. The National Engineering Conference is where these solutions are shaped, refined, and shared, so that together, we can build a future worthy of our past. The future is not built by chance, it is engineered. Join us at the National Engineering Conference 2025, where the spirit of our heritage meets the innovation of tomorrow. Together, let's engineer a better Sri Lanka.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a delightful introduction to this conference, truly highlighting how engineers are a pivotal driving force in shaping the future of our beloved and vibrant nation. With that beautiful introduction to our conference, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for us to hear a little bit more about the objective behind this esteemed gathering, a gathering that serves to uplift our nation's development. It's now our privilege to hear from the chair of the National Engineering Conference 2025. Allow me to officially introduce the conference chair to you. Engineer Dr. Kamal Laksiri has held several prestigious positions in the engineering profession, including serving as past president of the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka and past president of the Association of Consulting Engineers Sri Lanka. During his tenure at the Ceylon Electricity Board, he contributed significantly as project director of the Broadlands Hydropower Project and the Moragholla Hydropower Project. Internationally, he has represented Sri Lanka as governor of Region 10 of the American Society of Civil Engineers and as a country representative of the Institution of Civil Engineers UK. This demonstrates his strong leadership and commitment to advancing the engineering profession. It's now time for us to hear from our conference chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Engineer Dr. Kamal Laksiri.
Thank you, Trishma. Good morning, everyone. Ayubowan. Honorable Deputy Minister for Industries and Entrepreneurship Development, Chaturanga Besingha, our chief guest today. Secretaries to the different ministries, heads of engineering organizations, and representatives from professional bodies, and other distinguished invitees. I apologize for not being able to identify individually. We have invited a large number of members from all the organizations connected to the engineering. So I hope most of them are here. And then President and the past presidents of ISL, council members, ISL members, and we have also opened this forum to our overseas members online. So I welcome all of them, overseas members and members joining from provinces. And ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome all of you again on behalf of the organizing committee of the NEC 2025 and the ISL. And also thank you for attending today, being a working day, and amidst your busy schedules, so deciding to attend this event today. In fact, the President has already mentioned about the conference. He has not left anything for me to talk, but let me add few on the conference. We have been conducting this event, National Engineering Conference, since 2013. And also normally we invite our patron, President of the country, and this time also we invited, but unfortunately with his busy schedule, he could not come, so we thank the Minister for being with us today. About the NEC, the primary objective of the National Engineering Conference is to present proposals with independent Can I this? Yeah. Present our proposals with independent engineering institutes to the government on critical areas where such expertise is essential. Actually, these proposals are intended to support the government's future work and not to confront with the government policies. So that I have to emphasize here. And also we are with a large membership, as President mentioned, we have 30,000 members, we have 6,000 chartered engineers with expertise in all disciplines, and also larger number of members overseas. They are all willing to help this country from where they are living. So they all use us as the platform to support in this endeavor. So in this conference, this year our focus is on these main areas. And before that, actually, if I mention now our contribution now, we have been instrumental in many national issues in advising the government. The latest example is the Nilwala salinity barrier issue. I think you all know it's a big problem in the down south. So as ISL, we could, as an independent body, intervene to this problem, and we have already submitted our proposals, and we learned that the President, we submitted it to the President's Secretariat, and President was happy about our involvement, and they have entrusted us to continue this work to see an end to this problem. And similarly, recently we submitted our proposals in the power sector reforms. As ISL, our sectional committee did a great job and submitted our independent proposals to the government, and we hope that it was helpful in the process. Also, in the past, I think you all know the Kalani Valley Railway project. It was not implemented, but there we gave very valuable inputs, and ISL inputs were accepted by the lending agency ADB, and it helped us to correct the project. So I can cite many examples like that, and in the future too, we are able to do that. And in fact, before starting, we had a good discussion with the minister. So we showed him how we can help in many areas, because we have the engineers covering all the disciplines, all experts locally and abroad. So if I now briefly mention about the today conference content, so we are covering these 10 topics. Now, if I brief about these topics, and you will learn interesting presentation from our speakers today, starting from agriculture and plantation. Yes, one might ask what engineers got to do with agriculture. Yes, we have a bigger role there. Now, if you look at the current day context, the agriculture mechanization and the modernization through smart agriculture is the focus. So engineers, we have a bigger role to play there. Then also in the presentation on agriculture and plantation, you will learn about it, and we are presenting some proposals to the government. And there also we are talking about a national agricultural mechanization policy. I think that is necessary. In this country, we have lots of issues with policies, and so it's a time to correct this. Then we move to the next item on the construction. Our construction industry contributes 7% to the GDP, but still, unfortunately, it's suffering very badly. Since 2020, it's showing a negative growth, except in 2021, we saw marginal growth, but still it's going down. So, and it's affecting 5,000 contractors in the country and also more than 500,000 workforce. It's a very serious issue. So our Civil Engineering Sectional Committee is addressing on this issue and giving some proposals. Then come to the digital transformation, and you can see it, I have put it in the alphabetical order, but it's not any other reason. The digitalization transformation, another important sector in the country, digital transformation has been hampered owing to several reasons. You can see various governments trying to implement and talking about it, but still we could not streamline it. So successful transformation requires people-centric solutions, open standards, robust cybersecurity, and effective public-private partnerships. So here we will discuss about a National Digital Transformation Blueprint 2030. So you will learn about it, hear about it today in this presentation. Then we come to the engineering education, another important item in the agenda today, and also an important issue in the country. Sri Lanka's engineering education system is at a decisive point with the rising demand for professionals in ICT, infrastructure, and manufacturing. There's a pressing need to realign the educational structure with national requirements. So whether we need to check whether we have done it up to now. So equally important is the introduction of career guidance for students and parents, supported by institutional collaboration between the stakeholder organizations, that is the University Grants Commission, Ministry of Education, and ISL. Then we move to the international trade. Again, you might ask what engineers got to do there. And also you all know the successive governments were trying to implement various free trade agreements, and naturally, professional bodies were objecting. And we engineers were also, actually it's not objection, we were trying to tell the government what is wrong and what is correct. Now if you look at free trade agreements present both opportunities and risks to any country when try to implement. So now if you come to Sri Lankan context, in services sector, careful safeguards are needed in sensitive sections such as engineering, health, and architecture. And when you go to in goods sector, stricter rules of origin, protection of vulnerable sectors like chemicals and machinery is important. So we will elaborate on this further under this session. So that's why we are involved in this international trade business. Then come to the national codes. National codes, again, Sri Lanka urgently require a comprehensive national building code. If you look at, we are among few countries without a national building code. If you check, even the smallest country in Africa, they got a national building code. But Sri Lanka, we were talking since many years. But I'm happy that with our involvement, and also with the headed by NBRO, National Building Research Organization, it has been started and is proceeding. But we need the government help to finalize it. And you will hear about it, why we need a code and why its importance. Then we come to another important sector, power and energy. There again we discuss under two headings. Firstly, the electricity sector. We talk about the buzzword is renewable integration. So CEB is being blamed always. And there we will talk about how public transport electrification will be, we will discuss about public transport electrification, because that can one way help in absorbing the daytime renewable generation. And so you will hear about it. And also we are talking about the sector reforms, very much talked these days. We have included that. And also interesting item on the future nuclear outlook. We are going to mention about it also under this topic. Then in the same category, we have addressed the energy sector, especially the petroleum industry, which is found to be another critical sector. And also, I have to thank our sectional committee worked very hard on this. You all know, since years, we have been discussing about Sapugaskanda. We also believe that Sapugaskanda refinery needs upgrading. But still, at the same time, Hambantota is a critical point where, as a strategic marine location, it can be a hub for the whole region. So while developing the Sapugas Kanda, we need to pay attention on Hambantuta. So how to do this with balance between geopolitics and many other reasons. So we will discuss about this also in this, under this item. Then come to the public safety. Under public safety, here we have focusing on the road safety, I think very critical issue. If you look at the currently annual fatalities, almost 2,500 a day, and annual fatalities is about 2,500. Currently, I think we are among the few countries with serious accidents. So this is a very serious issue we need to look into, and we have focused on this in this conference today. Then we come to the transportation. At a broader level, Sri Lanka's transport sector is dominated by roads. I think President mentioned about this, which carry nearly 90% of passengers and freight. So as a result, it led to chronic congestion, rising emissions, and escalating import costs for fuel. So this is another important issue, and we are going to discuss today. Finally, the water sector, very important sector, should come to the top. And again, with many stakeholders, we are still have many problems in the sector because, again, no policy for the water sector. This also we have been discussing many years. We are trying to establish it, had many meetings. So far, we could not establish it. So this is also something we need to finalize and establish at the earliest. So we will discuss about under these categories. So these are the basically content of this conference today. As Minister requested, we are ready as ISL to work with the government and positively, because with our large expertise base, voluntarily we can do this work together. And not only these areas, we can cover any other area as the country requires. So with that, let me conclude my presentation, and I thank all of you for attending today. I wish the conference a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Engineer Dr. Kamal Laksari, the chair of the National Engineering Conference 2025, for those very insightful remarks and setting the tone for today's proceedings here at this gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted that gracing our conference this morning as our chief guest, we have with us the presence of Honorable Chaturanga Abhay-Singha. Allow me now to officially introduce our chief guest to you. Honorable Chaturanga Abhay-Singha serves as the Deputy Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development. He holds a BSc Special Finance from the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, and he's also a fellow member of SEMA UK. Honorable Chaturanga Abhay-Singha has gained diverse experience in finance, HR analytics, data science and digital transformation through his 16 years of professional career, and he is a strong advocate for data-driven decision-making and entrepreneurship driving industrial transformation in Sri Lanka. It's now a privilege to hear from our chief guest this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Honorable Chaturanga Abhay-Singha.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's again a privilege to be invited and speaking in front of you. It's consecutive 2 years now. And I am happy to be among the most brightest of Sri Lankan professionals, especially the engineers. When you speak to engineers, you feel a little uncomfortable because I'm not an engineer. But the smartest lot that is transforming various industries across the country is gathered here and as an association. The power of association is something that we also believe in as a government, and your collective power of 25,000 and more engineers can make a significant change in this country's new trajectory, I would say. The change has been made. The change that we wanted for years or decades has been made by the citizens of this country, putting our governance into a place where public interest is above personal interest. So when you say that in any organization, a logical argument, a logical recommendation, a logical suggestion for any of those 10 areas that you presented or you are going to discuss today will be accepted. The logic is very clear. It has to allow Sri Lanka to grow beyond what it is for the next 20 years. Your recommendation and suggestion should be sustainable. Your recommendation, suggestion should be holistic, that enables people of this country and the environment of this country. So as long as those criteria are met, this government is open for any recommendation and idea. So I think that is the base that we would start from. I think beyond what had happened previously, we can leave them aside. So the trajectory is very clear, the demand is very clear. So as a country, we know our industrialization did not take place. We missed the first, second, third, and the fourth industrial revolutions. And these industrial revolutions were driven by engineers. The engineering brilliance of each of these countries, facilitated by the government and its people, has driven all these nations to become great and far beyond the economies that we are discussing today. So whatever we say, whatever we have done, we are a $90 billion economy, exporting only 12 billion of goods and probably another 5 billion of services. So this is not going to take us anywhere. And also, the change that we made and the task that we have taken upon ourselves is not to do anything incremental. You don't need a government like this or people like us to join from private sector to public sector to do an incremental change. Our goal is very ambitious. Sri Lanka is going to go leaps ahead within the next 20 years, and we are going to fast track and we are going to achieve the lost industrial transformations. So whilst we have to get the basics done, very correctly presented, we have lost our basics, we have lost our footings, especially on transportation. You can't do industrialization without fixing transportation. We have lost our basics in technological transformation. Without digital, there is no place to go today. We've lost basics of environment, we have lost basics of human skill, we've lost basics of innovation and research and development. All these topics are related to engineering. And I'm glad to say that we are putting things in place, especially on R&D. There will be a national policy that will get into the parliament. There will be strong effort on construction, strong efforts on transportation, getting the basics right for industrial transformation. I'm a Deputy Minister of Ministry of Industries. My industries are struggling due to high cost. My industries are struggling due to lack of productivity. My industries are struggling due to lack of new products and innovation. So for industries to flourish, this basics of a country has to be established. So that is a big piece. At the same time, we should be leapfrogging in some of the areas that we have capabilities in. So therefore, I would like to invite all of you to be part of that journey going forward. I thought I should shift my language also so that it can reach the wider masses. ඇතරම මුලින්ම මම කියන්න ඕනේ සියලු දෙනාටම අපේ රට අද ඉන්න තැන සහ අපි ආයුතු තැන අතර ලොකු පරතරයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ පරතරය අපිට අවුරුද්දකට 105කින් වර්ධනය වෙලා කරලා නැති දේවල් ටිකක් කරලා මෙච්චර කාලයක් වෙච්ච නැති දේවල් හරි පාරේ දාලා විතරක් යන්න බෑ. අපි ආර්ථිකයක් විදියට ඉතාමත් වේගෙන් ඉස්සරහට යන්න ඕන නැත්නම් 2029 වෙනකොට අපිට ණය ටික ගෙවා ගන්නත් බැරි වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා මම හිතන්නේ මේ ඉංජිනේරු ශාස්ත්‍ර අද කතා කරන ටොපික් 10ම මේ රටට අතිශය වැදගත් කාරණා බවට පත් වෙනවා වගේම ඒ ටොපික් වල තියෙන ගුණාංග සහ ඒ වගේ තියෙන ඔයගොල්ලෝ දෙන යෝජනා වර්තමාන රජයට අනිවාර්යෙන් රුකුලක් බවට පත් වේ. මොකද වර්තමාන රජයේ අරමුණ පොහොසත් රටක් ලස්සන ජීවිතයක් හදන්න. ඒ නිසා පොහොසත් රටක් ලස්සන ජීවිතයක් හදන්න නම් ආර්ථිකය වේගෙන් දියුණු වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ දියුණු වෙන ආර්ථිකයේ බදු ටික හරියට එකතු වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ බදු ටික හරියට නැවතත් අධ්‍යාපනය, සෞඛ්‍ය, ප්‍රවාහනය සහ තාක්ෂණය කියන කාරණාවලට බෙදිලා යන්න ඕනේ. ඒ අවසානයේ මිනිසුන්ගේ ජීවන තත්ත්වය රුපියල් 70,000ක් ආදායම් ලබන මිනිසුන්ගේ ජීවන තත්ත්වය වෙනස් වෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ සඳහා මහන්සියක් ගන්න රජයට ඉංජිනේරු ශාස්ත්‍රයෙන් ලැබෙන්න තියෙන දායකත්වය දෙන්න සංවිධානය වෙලා තියෙන ඔබතුමාලටත් මේ සංවිධානයටත් මම මුලින්ම මගේ ප්‍රශංසාව පුද කරනවා. ඉතින් මම මේ සංවිධායක මණ්ඩලයෙන් ඉල්ලන්න කැමති අද ටොපික් 10ක් ගැන ඔබතුමාලා මෙතන කතා කරනවා. ඒ ටොපික් 10 පිළිබඳ ක්‍රියේටිව් ටීම් එකක් අරන් ඩිජිටල් ක්‍රියේටිව් ටීම් එකක් අරන් විනාඩි 3ක ක්ලිප්ස් 10ක් හදා මිනිස්සුන්ට තේරෙන භාෂාව. එතනින් තමයි මේ වෙනස අපිට පටන් ගන්න පුළුවන්. අද ආරම්භයක් අරගෙන මොකද අපි ගොඩාක් කොන්ෆරන්සස් වලට ගොඩාක් තාක්ෂණික කාරණා වැදගත් දේවල් කතා කරාට ඒක මහජනතාවට තේරෙන භාෂාවෙන් තේරෙන විදිහට ලබා දෙන්න අපි අපොහසත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. මොකද රටක් වෙනස් වෙන්නේ ආණ්ඩු හින්දාවත් නායකයෝ හින්දාවත් නෙමෙයි මිනිස්සුන්ට ඕන නම් විතරයි රටක් වෙනස් වෙන්නේ. ඒතර මුලින්ම අපි කරන්න ඕනේ අපිට ට්‍රාන්ස්පෝර්ටේෂන් සෙක්ටර් එකේ කරගන්න ඕන වෙනස, ජලයේ පැත්තෙන් කරගන්න ඕන වෙනස, එන්වයරන්මන්ට් පැත්තේ කරගන්න ඕන වෙනස, මැනුෆැක්චරින් පැත්තේ කරගන්න ඕන වෙනස මහජනතාවගේ අවශ්‍යතාවයක් බවට පත් කරන්න. මහජනතාව උද්ඝෝෂණය කරන්න ඕනේ ඒවට. අපි කැමති දවසක මහජනතාව උද්ඝෝෂණය කරනවා නම් ඇවිල්ලා ඉක්මනට ඩිජිටල් තාක්ෂණය ගේන්න කියලා උද්ඝෝෂණයක්. මහා මාර්ග පද්ධති ඉක්මනට මේ ඉංජිනේරු මහත්තුරු කියන විදිහට ප්‍රතිපත්ති හදන්න කියලා උද්ඝෝෂණයක්. එහෙම රටක් ඕනේ නැද්ද? ඒක කරගන්න නම් මේ අපි මෙතන බෙදා හරින දැනුම මහ පොළොවට කාන්දු කරන්න ඕන. ඒ නිසා අපි කොච්චර මහන්සි දැම්මත් කොච්චර වියදම් කරත් වැඩක් නැහැ. මෙතන කතා කරන ටික ගමට යන්නේ නැත්තම්. මෙතන කතා කරන ටික ඉස්කෝලේ දරුවෙක්ගේ ඔළුවට යන්නේ නැත්තම්. මෙතන කතා කරන ටික යුනිවර්සිටි ස්ටුඩන්ට් කෙනෙක්ගේ ඔළුවේ උදේට නැගිටිනකොට නැත්තම් අපි මෙතන කතා කරලා කිසි දෙයක් වැඩක් නැහැ. ඒක ඉල්ලීමක් විදිහට තියාගෙන මම ඊළඟට කතා කරන්නේ විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ අපේ රට මෙතනින් එහාට ගෙනියන්න කාරණා 3ක් අත්‍යවශ්‍යයි. ඒ කාරණා 3ටම මෙතන ඉන්න ඔබතුමාලා තමයි දායක වෙන්න තියෙන්නේ. එකක් තමයි මේ ඉන්ෆ්‍රාස්ට්‍රක්චර් කියන්නේ. යටිතල පහසුකම් තමයි ආර්ථිකයක මූලිකම පදනම. ඒක තමයි රජයේ වගකීම. එතකොට ප්‍රවාහනය, කර්මාන්තපුර නිර්මාණය, විදුලිය, ජලය කියන යටිතල පහසුකම් හරියාකාරව නැති වුණොත් කර්මාන්තකරණය කරන්න බෑ. අපි අක්කර 50000ක කර්මාන්තපුර ඔබතුමාලා දන්නවද දන්නේ නැහැ. අපි ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රියලයිසේෂන් ගැන අපේ රටේ කතා කරලා තියෙනවා දශක ගාණක්. කර්මාන්ත කරන්න රජයෙන් වෙන් කරලා තියෙන්නේ අක්කර 6500. මේක සමස්ත අපේ භූමි භාගයෙන් ගත්තොත් එහෙම 100.1යි. 100.01යි. ලෝකේ කර්මීකරණය වෙච්ච රටවල්, දියුණු රටවල් වල මේක 3%යි. එතකොට අපි 6500 ඉඳලා 50000ට යන්න තමයි අපේ රජයේ සැලැස්ම තියෙන අවුරුදු 5ක. ඒතොර යටිතල පහසුකම් හදන්න භූමිය තිබ්බට භූමිය සංවර්ධනය කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට වතුර ඕනේ, ලයිට් ඕනේ. ඕගොල්ලන්ට තමයි දෙන්න වෙන්නේ පාරවල් ඕනේ. බිල්ඩින් හදන්න ඕනේ. යටිතල පහසුකම් තමයි අංක 1 රටේ ආර්ථිකය. දෙවෙනි එක තමයි ඉනෝවේෂන්. අපි මොනව හැදුවත් වැඩක් නැහැ. අපි ලෝකෙට කොහොමද නව නිර්මාණයක් නැත්නම් ලෝකයේ උත්පාදනය වෙන දෙයකට අවශ්‍ය කරන භාණ්ඩයක් ආනයනය කරන භාණ්ඩයකට ආදේශකයක් මෙහි හදන්න බැරි නම් අපිට ඒ කාර්මිකකරණයෙන් අපිට වැඩක් නෑ. අපේ අරමුණ තමයි 16%ක තියෙන දළදේශීය නිෂ්පාදිතයේ කාර්මික නිෂ්පාදනය 20%ක් දක්වා වැඩි කරන්න අවුරුදු 5ක් ඇතුළත. ලේසිනේ. තුන්වෙනි කාරණය තමයි ප්‍රොඩක්ටිවිටි. අපි මේ අද පෙන්නපු ශේත්‍ර 10ම ගත්තොත් ඒ මං කියනවා ඊළඟ පාර ස්ලයිඩ් එක දානකොට ලංකාවේ ප්‍රොඩක්ටිවිටි එක ලෝකෙට සාපේක්ෂව දාන්න කියලා. එතකොට තමයි අපිට ඇස්සරේ. කෘෂි කර්මාන්තයේ 50%ක් ඵලදායීතාවයෙන් අඩුයි. ප්‍රවාහනයේ 50%ක්වත් තියෙනවද දන්නේ අපි පාරේ ගත කරන කාලය දැක්කොත් එහෙම ඵලදායීතාවයෙන් අඩුයි. සියලුම ශේත්‍ර ගත්තොත් පිරිවැය පැත්තෙන් ගත්තත් අපි ඵලදායීතාවයෙන් අඩුයි. ඒතර කොහොමද අපි ලෝකෙත් එක්ක තරඟ කරන්නේ? ඒ නිසා අපිට හොඳ ඉන්ඩිකේටර්ස් ටිකක් ඕනේ ශේත්‍ර 10ටම ඵලදායීතාව වර්ධ. මේ තුන කරොත් විතරයි අපි ඔය කියන ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ නිසා අපිට ඒ තියෙන රටට තියෙන විෂන් එක ඉංජිනේරු මහත්වරු මහත්මිරියන් විදියට ඔබතුමාලා ළඟ ඔබතුමාලාත් එක්ක සේවය කරන අයටත් එතනින් පහළට ගියාම සමස්ත ජනතාවටත් ලබා දීම තමයි මං හිතන්නේ අපේ අනාගත සක්සස් එක. එහෙම නැත්නම් සාර්ථකත්වයේ තීරණය කරන්න. ඉතින් මට කාරණා තව 3ක් තියෙනවා. 3 කෑලි තමයි අද මම මෙතනින්දි ලියාගත්තේ. මේ නොලෙජ් ඉකොනොමි එක ගැනත් අපි හැමතිස්සෙම හිතනවා රටක් දියුණු කරන්න පුළුවන් භාණ්ඩ හා සේවා නිෂ්පාදනය කිරීමෙන් කියලා. මම අද මෙතුමාලත් එක්ක උදේ හම්බෙච්ච චූටි වෙලාවේදී කතා කරා. අපි ඉංජිනේරුවෙක් නිර්මාණය කරොත් ඩොලර් ලක්ෂයකට වඩා අවුරුද්දකට හොයන්න පුළුවන් නේ මන් දන්නේ. right සාමාන්‍යයෙන් IT ශාස්ත්‍රය නම් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා $35,000 per head වගේ යන්න. නමුත් මේ තියෙන ඉංජිනේරු ශාස්ත්‍ර ගත්තොත් එම් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් 100,000 රීච් කරන්න පුළුවන් ස්කිල් එකක්. මොකද ලංකාවට තියෙන වඩාත්ම ලොකුම වැදගත්ම සම්පත තමයි මානව සම්පත. ඒතකොට මේ මානව සම්පතෙන් කොච්චර ඉංජිනේරුවෝ බිහි කරනවද කියන එක පදනම මත අපේ රටේ දලදේශීය නිෂ්පාදිත අපිට සෑහෙට වැඩි කරන්න පුළුවන්. මේකට මං පුංචි උදාහරණයක් කිව්වොත් අපි මේ වැරද්දක් කරගෙන යනවා ඒක හදන්න පුළුවන් නම් අපි දැන් ඉස්කෝලවලට දරුවන්ට ගිහිල්ලා කියනවා මෙන්න මෙහෙම කතාවක්. දරුවනේ ඉස්සර හැමෝම තාත්තලාගේ කාලවල ඉංජිනේරුවෝ, දොස්තරවරු, ගුරුවරු, accountantලා වෙන්න හිතුවා, lawyerස්ලා වෙන්න හිතුවා. එහෙම කරන්න ඕනේ නෑ දැන්. දැන් මෙහෙම කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා අලුත් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි, අලුත් ප්‍රොෆෙෂන්ස් ටිකක් කියාගෙන යනවා. අන්නේ කතාව වැරදි. ඒ කතාව ඇතුලේ අර 4 5 පහලට දාලා තමයි දරුවන්ට කතා කරන්නේ. ඒතර දරුවෝ හිතනවා අරවා දැන් වැඩක් නැහැ. දැන් මේ වැඩක් තියෙන්නේ මේ අලුතෙන් මේ කියන වෘත්තීන් කීපය කියලා. ඒ නිසා මේකේ නැරටිව් එක අපි දැන් රටක් විදියට වහාම වෙනස් කරගන්න. ඉංජිනේරු ශාස්ත්‍රයේ තියෙන වටිනාකම ඔබතුමාලටම දැන් ගිහිල්ලා දරුවන්ට කියලා දෙන්න වෙනවා. එකක් තමන්ගේ පෞද්ගලික අභිවෘද්ධිය වෙනුවෙන් අනික් එක රටට අවශ්‍ය කරන මානව සම්පත සම්පාදනය කරගන්න කෙනෙක්. ඊළඟට දෙවෙනි එක තමයි ක්‍රියේටිව් ඉකොනොමි එක. අපි ගොඩක් දුරට භෞතික නිෂ්පාදන භෞතික දේවල් ගැන බැලුවට ලංකාව හැමතිස්සෙම අපි භෞතික දෙයක් නිෂ්පාදනය නිර්මාණය කරොත් ඒක ලෝකෙත් එක්ක තරඟකාරී නිෂ්පාදනයක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. මොකද අපිට හදන්න පුළුවන් ස්ටීල් බාර් එක ඉන්දියාවෙත් හදන්න පුළුවන්. අපිට හදන්න පුළුවන් මොකක් හරි ටෙක්නොලොජිකල් ඉක්විප්මන්ට් එකක් වෙන රටකත් හදන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි අපේ රටට ආවේනික ක්‍රියේටිව් ඉකොනොමි එකක් තියෙනවා. එතනට කොහොමද ඔයගොල්ලෝ එන්ජිනියරින් ස්කිල් එක ගෙනියන්නේ? ආර්ට්ස්, ඩාන්ස්, මියුසික්, කල්චර්. මේක කාටවත් අපිව බීට් කරන්න බෑ. අපි හරියට ඒක එලිවේට් කරොත් එන්ජිනියරින් නොලෙජ් එක. ඩ්‍රාමා එක ලයිටිං, මියුසික් එන්ජිනියරින්, ක්‍රාෆ්ට් එන්ජිනියරින්, ක්‍රාෆ්ට් ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් කන්වර්ෂන්. අපි දැන් ක්‍රාෆ්ට් හදනවනේ. ලී කොටයක් ගන්නවා. ඒක කපනවා මාස 3ක්, වෙස් මූණක් හදනවා. වෙස් මූණ හදලා ලක්සලට දැම්මම 50,000ක ඕඩර් එකක් එනවා. කොහොමද හදන්නේ? වෙස් මූණ 50,000ක් ඉල්ලනවා. කන්ටේනර් එකක් යවන්න. හදන්න කෙනෙක් නැහැ. එතනට තමයි ඉංජිනේරු ශාස්ත්‍රය යන්න ඕනේ. මොකද අපිටම ආවේනික ස්කිල් එකක් ලාක්ෂා කර්මාන්ත, වෙස් මූණු කර්මාන්ත. මේවා ලෝකේ කොහෙවත් නැහැ. ඒකට එන්ජිනියරින් නොලෙජ් එක දැම්මොත් අපි මේ කැපැසිටි එක ඩබල් කරමු. හරි. ක්‍රියේටිව් ඉකොනොමි එක, ඩාන්ස්, මියුසික්, ආර්ට්ස්. මේවා ලෝකේ අපිට කාරුත් එන්නේ නැහැ කම්පීට් කරන්න. අපේම මියුසික්, අපේම සවුන්ඩ්ස්, අපේම ඩාන්ස්, අපේම තියටර්. හිතන්නේ නැති පැත්ත. හැබැයි ඉංජිනේරු නොලෙජ් එක කොහොමද එතනට යන්නේ? ආර්ට්ස් වලට. ඊළඟට අන්තිමට තියෙන තුන්වෙනි එක ලෝකේ දැන්ට අපිට නිෂ් එකක් විදියට තියෙන සර්කියුලර් ඉකොනොමි. ඕගොල්ලන්ට පුළුවන් නම් ඉංජිනේරු නොලෙජ් එක පාවිච්චි කරලා තියෙන හැම ප්‍රොඩක්ට් එකම සර්කියුලැරිටි එකට ගේන්න. රිසයිකලබල් ඩිසයින්ස් කරන්න. මොකද කවදාවත් සර්කියුලැරිටි ගේන්න බෑ ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් ප්‍රොසෙස් එක ඇතුලේ. සර්කියුලැරිටි ගේන්න පුළුවන් ඩිසයින් එකට. ඒතර ඩිසයින් එකේදී ඉන්වෝල්ව් වෙන්නේ ඉංජිනේරු. ඒතර සර්කියුලැරිටි එකට අදාළ භාණ්ඩ උත්පාදනය කරන්න, ඩිසයින් කරන්න හැකියාව තියෙන ඕගොල්ලෝ ගාව. ඒතර සර්කියුලැරිටි එක පැත්තට අපි ගියොත් අපිට නිෂ් මාකට් එකක් තියෙනවා. අපි අර රෙඩ් ඕෂන් එකේ ෆයිට් කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. අපිට ලොකු බ්ලූ ඕෂන් එකක් තියෙනවා. අපි මේ පරණ ට්‍රැජෙක්ටරි එකේ පරණ විදියටම හිතුවොත් මේ රට අපිට ඕන අර ලීප් එක ගන්න බෑ. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා මම හිතනවා මේ සඳහා අවශ්‍ය කරන නායකත්වය ඔබතුමාලට ගන්න පුළුවන් සංවිධානයක් විදියට විශේෂයෙන්ම කර්මාන්ත අමාත්‍යාංශ විදියට මම ඉතාමත් කැමැතියි ඔබතුමාලත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා මේ අලුත් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රීස් අලුත් ඔපචුනිටීස් අපේ තියෙන ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රීස් වල ප්‍රොඩක්ටිවිටි එක වැඩි කරන්න තියෙන ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රීස් ට්‍රාන්ස්ෆෝම් කරන්න අපිත් එක්ක අත්වැල් බැඳ ගන්න කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම මේ රටේ වෙනස් වෙන්න ඕන දේවල් පැත්තෙන් ගත්තොත් ගොඩාක් දේවල් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති මේ වෙනස්කම් සහ අලුත් ප්‍රතිපත්ති සහ නීති රාමු හදන්න ආයතන වල තියෙන අඩුපාඩු මේ වෙනස් කරගන්න තමයි රජය මැදිහත් වෙන්නේ. සමහර දේවල් ඉතාමත් හිමින් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. සමහර දේවල් වේගෙන් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඉතින් මම ආරාධනා කරනවා මේ සියලුම දේට ඔබතුමාට දායක වෙලා කම්ෆර්ට් සෝන් එකෙන් එළියට යන්න. අපිත් කම්ෆර්ට් සෝන් එකෙන් එළියට ඇවිල්ලා තමයි මෙතන හිටගත්තේ. ඒ නිසා කම්ෆර්ට් සෝන් එකේ ඉඳගෙන මේ රට වෙනස් කරන්න බෑ. හැමෝම ලීඩර්ෂිප් එක ගන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මේ කියන එක වෙනසක්වත් ආණ්ඩුව වලින් නම් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මේ කෑල්ල කපලා ගනි කමන්නේ. මේක වෙනස් වෙන්නේ මිනිස්සුන්ගෙන්. මිනිස්සු වෙනස් වෙලා ලීඩර්ෂිප් එක ගන්න ඕනේ. තමන්ගේ ඕන් බ්‍රෑන්ඩ් එකක් හදන්න, තමන්ගේ ඕන් කම්පැනි එකක් හදන්න, රස්සාවලට හිර වෙලා ඉන්නේ නැතුව හැමෝටම මේක කරන්න බෑ. කරන්න පුළුවන් ස්කිල් එක තියෙන, නොලෙජ් එක තියෙන, පැෂන් එක තියෙන අයටම තමයි එන්ටර්ප්‍රයිසස් හදන්න පුළුවන්, ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රීස් හදන්න පුළුවන්. ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රීස් වලට තෝට් ලීඩර්ෂිප් එක දෙන්න පුළුවන්, ඩ්‍රයිව් කරන්න පුළුවන්. කමක් නැහැ එකතු වෙලා උද්ඝෝෂණයක් කරන්න. ඒවා වැඩ කරනවා. ඒක මහජන මතය බවට පත් වුණොත් තමයි රටක් වෙනස් වෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා රජයට පුළුවන් උපරිම ශක්තියෙන් යහපත් රටක් හදන්න, වංචා දූෂණයෙන් තොර රටක් හදන්න. විශේෂයෙන්ම ඕගොල්ලෝ ඉන්න ශේෂ්ඨ සියල්ලම මීට කලින් අන්ත දූෂිතයි. ප්‍රවාහන ක්ෂේත්‍රය ගත්තත්, කන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන් ක්ෂේත්‍රය ගත්තත් අන්ත දූෂිත රාජ්‍ය ගනුදෙනු සිද්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒවා අපි දැන් ඉවත් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා දක්ෂයාට දක්ෂ තැන හොඳට තමන්ගේ කම්පැනි එකට නැත්නම් තමන්ගේ ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එකට යම්කිසි ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් එකකට ඉන්වෝල්ව් වෙන්න තියෙන හැකියාව ඒවා ඕපන් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ අවස්ථාව අරගෙන ඉතිරි වසර කීපය ඇතුළත මේ රට වෙනස් කරගමු කියලා ඉල්ලා සිටිමින් අද දවසේ කටයුතු වලට සුබ ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමින් සමස්ත කොන්ෆරන්ස් එකට ඉන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා ඒවා ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන ඒ නොලෙජ් රිසෝස් පර්සන්ස්ලාටත් මම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. අවසාන වශයෙන් උත් ඉල්ලන්නේ මටත් බලා ගන්න, රටටත් බලා ගන්න මේ හැම ටොපික් එකකම ලස්සන විනාඩි 3ක ක්ලිප් එකක් හදන්න කියලා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි.
Thank you very much to Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe for sharing with us a very important message, and we're truly privileged to have our Deputy Minister's presence as our chief guest this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of today's proceedings, we will be hearing from representatives of various engineering sectors, from agriculture to transportation, energy, ICT, petroleum, and so much more. Now, each of these sectors have put forward their vision and their proposals for the development of the nation in their sector. The collective outcome of these deliberations have been carefully compiled into a comprehensive document, the National Engineering Conference 2025 report. The report serves as a roadmap outlining engineering-driven solutions and strategies that can be adopted into national policy for the sustainable development of our country. With that being said, we would now like to take this opportunity to formally hand over the National Engineering Conference 2025 report to the government of Sri Lanka, which is represented today by our chief guest, Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe. So now may I respectfully invite our chief guest to join us on stage, accompanied by the IESL President, Engineer Granny R. Jailath, as well as our conference chair, Engineer Dr. Kamal Laksiri. I invite our chief guest, Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe, our IESL President, and our conference chair to now join us up as we have the NEC 2025 report also being brought up on stage. This is presented by IESL to the government of Sri Lanka. And may I also tell all of you that a soft copy will be emailed to the participants of our conference as well. So with this being said, here is the National Engineering Conference 2025 report presented to our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we formally witness the presentation of this important document to the government of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much once again to our chief guest for joining us up. Thank you to Engineer Granny R. Jailath and Engineer Dr. Kamal Laksiri as well. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're now about to get started with the insightful knowledge sharing sessions for today. Our very first sector that we will focus on is agriculture and plantation. Allow me now to introduce our first speaker to you. Our first speaker is Engineer Mahesh Dissanayake. He's presently Head of Research, Technology, Development and Innovation Division in the National Science Foundation. He has 23 years of experience in the R&D sector. This includes 16 years as a research engineer in the fields of agro-food processing and post-harvest engineering and technology, as well as 6 years in R&D management. He's a founder, director, CEO of the National Institute of Post-Harvest Management. He graduated from the University of Peradeniya with a BSc degree in production engineering, and he obtained his master's in engineering in processing and food engineering from the Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology in India. He's a recipient of 2 presidential awards for his innovations. Today, he will be speaking to us about the role of engineers in transforming agricultural practices from conventional to smart practices. With this introduction, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our very first speaker. Put your hands together for Engineer Mahesh Dissanayake.
Very good morning to all. Thank you, Ms. Pinto. In any country, the backbone, many of the countries, the backbone is agriculture, even that is same for the Sri Lanka. So in Sri Lanka also, we say our economy is traditionally dominated by agriculture, and most of our families in the villages, they are engaged in agriculture. But if you see the sectors, as Sabadu said, the performance of these sectors or efficiency of these sectors are very low. So as engineers working in agriculture sector, because in Sri Lanka we do not produce agriculture engineers, our universities, but some of engineers, they are working in agriculture sectors, and those engineers are get together, and we are working in our sectional committee, agriculture and plantation sectional committee, and we had some focused discussion on how and what is the role of engineers in transformation agriculture practices from conventional to smart practices, because our main aim is to how we could enhance the economic contribution from agriculture sector to the country. So we have our stakeholders from government sectors, engineers working in the government sectors like Department of Agriculture, National Institute of Post-Harvest Technology, TRI, and also engineers work in all agriculture-related companies in the country. Engineers are working there in private sector. So we get together and we have discussion what is our role in supporting our governments to transforming agriculture sector towards the development of our country. So if you see the statistics, we have 2 sectors. One is called crop sector, another one is plantation sector. So normally plantation sector dominated by the companies, but smallholders are there. But the food sector is dominated by the smallholder farmers, those who are in the village level. And our contribution to the national GDP is generally 7.5. And our contribution to the export earnings nearly 20%. That is a good stat, 20%. But our contribution to the GDP is very less compared to the total workforce in this sector is 26.5%, but still contribution is 7.5%. And if you see previous stat, we had a higher GDP contribution, but gradually decreased to this level and year by year, and now is stagnating this level. So what we have seen as engineers that, because this sector is normally dominated by agriculturists, agriculture graduates, but what we can do as engineers, even in, if you see the green revolution, so we had a lot of high production, high we thought that we need to have varietal development, we need to invent the new chemical, new fertilizers, but same type mechanization is there, even in the Green Revolution also one part is the mechanization, hidden part is the mechanization. So here also, if we need to do the agriculture modernization in the country, because already we have some agriculture modernization project in the country, funded by World Bank and other some funding agencies, but they all are more focused on other sectors, but we need to focus on the mechanization. Actually, mechanization means, because now we are always talking about the smart agriculture. So mechanization in the era of smart agriculture, how we can incorporate these smart technologies to our agriculture sector. We basically talk on the fruit crop sector. So we have seen that what is the engineering intervention to this sector, and we have selected two sectors. One is how we could diffuse smart technologies to the agriculture community, one sector. Other thing is reconfiguration of the agri-food supply chain. Basically, we talk about today how we could reconfigure the rice sector. So that is the main sector in our country when we talk about the agriculture sector, because that is the main food crop in our country and our staple food. So if you see the mechanization in the country, actually let's go back to 1935, because we can see that there are 4 eras there, periods are there. Even before 1975, we have some mechanization, but actually mechanization in the agriculture sector start when the industrialization begin, and we have not seen the mechanization in our food crop sector, because normally it depends on the manual labor and the animal powers. But after 1935, so government started rehabilitation of our tanks and establishment of new reservoirs, so that we use tractors. We introduced tractors at first. So gradually we used to use technology for our agriculture sector, and initially it was in paddy sector only, later on to other field crops, and also now come to some just like combined threshers, combined harvesters, color sorters, and like that, modern machines to this sector. And also we have mechanized from land preparation to the food packaging. Up to total sector, we have a different kind of mechanization has happened. But as Minister said that because mechanization starts when industrialization starts, and gradually it come to the agriculture industries also, same technologies they use in agriculture. But in Sri Lanka, we do not have embraced that much. If you see the Israel and Netherlands, they have all these new technologies used in agriculture, and they have high productivity compared to us. But if you think about the industrial 4.0 now, what will happen in the world, and we can use same technology in the agriculture sector, so it's called agriculture 4.0. So now that is the future of farming. So we have to think about this one. Another thing is that even now we say our workforce, 26% of our workforce from the agriculture sector, and when we see the next generation, because the next generation is Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they are the workforce in agriculture sector also in few years. So then they are tech lovers, and they like new technologies, because all these agriculture 4.0 smart agriculture technologies are driven by the new advanced technologies like AI, ML, all these IoT, big data, all these things. So people would like to, these people will like these technologies. So we need to do our modernization of agriculture sector by thinking next generation, our next workforce in the agriculture sector. So that's why we see there are different concepts are there: agriculture 4.0, smart agriculture, digital farming, smart farming, precision agriculture. So these are very good concept and very good technologies, because even today also we know that our input is very high, because we say that we do not get good profit from the agriculture because we don't have a good input management. Even if you see fertilizer, chemical, water, we use enormously. So we do not have any control, because we say if we take the fertilizer free of charge from the government, we use that one. Even it's not good for the cultivation also, but same water also. But if you have this type of new technologies, and if we can do a precision agriculture, we can reduce all this unnecessary input. One thing is it can reduce the cost of production. Other thing is that it should save our world also. So now also actually some companies, they have already begun this type of technology diffusion to the our agriculture industries. Actually that is a good movement, because now we are not talking about the hectares, acres. Now we are not talking about even purchase. Now we are talking about the square feet. Even if you have some small area, you can start your growing, just like this shows that 5,000 square feet greenhouse. So it can produce 1 million rupees per month. So that type of business is there, because we can produce agriculture production to our country. Not only our country, we can do exporting also, because there is an infant industry in agriculture side for the organic agriculture, because now also nearly 350 million rupees are coming from this organic agriculture exporting. So we can promote that side, because in this type of world also we use precision agriculture. Even we can use some organic agriculture practices, and we can increase our exporting more and more. And other thing is that we say that people are moving away from the agriculture, especially the young people are moving away from the agriculture. So we can attract those people to the agriculture, because in this type of agriculture, people no need to go to the mud. They can wear denim, they can wear sports shoes, and they can work in agriculture sector. Maybe they love this type of one. So we have to think about this transformation in agriculture sector in future. So there are some constraints or challenges in that one, so that what government want to think about, because the cost of technology is still high, and lack of technology expertise on these areas, that is also there, because as I mentioned earlier, we do not produce agriculture engineers in Sri Lanka, and the infrastructure limitation, because we see if we need to go rural areas, still our infrastructure not up to that one, and the social and cultural practice also there, because even though, as Minister said that, even though we try to change everything, the thing is that the people, farmers, they need to, would like to adhere to these new technologies, otherwise we can't change anything. So that's why we need to do that one. That's why we need training, and we need extension on these areas, and the trust and social capital to do this one. So if you can do these things, and definitely we can go for the economic growth in this sector, and also we can improve the livelihood of our farmers and increase food production that is there. Because food security, we need, one prime objective of the agriculture sector is to maintain the food security of the country. So we have some recommendation on this area. One thing is that we need to develop a national agriculture mechanization policy. Actually, at the present, we don't have an agriculture policy also. So we need to develop agriculture mechanization policy, how we can support to mechanization, or we can embrace new smart technology to the agriculture sector. That is actually, we had some discussion, already discussion with Department of Agriculture. They have initiated this part now, engineers in there, and Ministry of Agriculture and other stakeholders. We had a good discussion, and we are formulating this National Agriculture Mechanization Policy. So we, as ISL, we support them, that one. And also, we had a Farm Mechanization Research and Development Center, and also Farm Machinery Training Center. There's two institutes. One is at Anuradhapura, one is at Mahilupallama. But now they are just like a dying, because there is no more focus on those institutes. But if we need to develop this sector, this mechanization agriculture sector, actually we need to strengthen this institute. So what we suggest that actually when we discuss with them also, we need to amalgamate these two institutes and make a one single national institute to promote agriculture mechanization. Because actually, if you see the agriculture mechanization side, majority part is done by the private sector. 95% part is done by the private sector. All the machinery and other equipment introduced by the private sector. But we have to have a government sector to control those areas, because we have to formulate policies and make a regulation, make controls those areas. For example, now if you use the combined harvester, some Actually, we have service centers. People use the combine harvesters from them, but there is no regulation price for them also. So we have to have some regulation to use that one. Otherwise, they can take any price from the farmers when they use that combine harvesters. So we need to have that one. So we propose these two recommendations to the government to improve this sector. And other sector, what we have discussed within our committee, that supply and value chain of paddy and rice. So that is also one major sector in the country, because we know rice is our staple food. And if you see every day, we have a lot of news from the this sector, because actually sector has less actors. But farmers are there, collectors are there, rice millers, wholesalers, retailers, and consumers are there. Time to time, some actors, just like importers, are there. But major part is done by rice millers. Farmers are actually producing the paddy, but major part is doing by the rice millers, and they are the people who are controlling this sector. Even we have Paddy Marketing Board, and we have Laksatosa early CW, and also we have multi-purpose cooperative societies. They are also engaged in this sector, but the control is up to the private sector there. So if you see the mechanization of this sector, for example, starting from the land preparation to planting, and then harvesting and other preparation, that part is already mechanized there. Even this harvesting, that's reaping, gathering, threshing, and winnowing, this part, early it was done by the manual and the labor, animal labor, but later it was introduced by the machines, and then introduced by the, just after 2000, introduced by the this combined threshers, and now we have introduced the combine harvester. So that is a good movement in this sector, because there's a lot of labor scarcity there. Early we have to have at least 2 months or 2.5 months for the one harvesting season to complete the whole harvesting. But now it's not like that. Now it's reduced to 2 weeks, like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, because of this machine. But if you see the mechanization, actually it should not happen in the one single areas, but it should be happen in the total supply chain. But now what we happen that now we have combined harvest. We can harvest 1 acre within an hour, but we will have paddy with high moisture content. So because of paddy is high moisture content, nearly 20% or 24%, so farmers can't keep those paddy with them, because if we have keep that paddy, only we can keep the 24 hours. Otherwise, we need to dry those paddies to the keep in our storage. So now there's a drastic change happen, structural change happen in this supply chain, because now farmers do not keep paddy with them. They try to sell that paddy to the millers. So all the millers, actually in the millers also, all millers do not have capacity to purchase paddy. Only a few millers, they have a capacity to paddy. So they purchase all these paddy to there. For example, some leading millers, if they do not go to some areas, actually paddy price will not increase. Even PMB say that we are purchasing paddy, but the paddy price is decided by some leading brand millers. So that is there. So if we need to change this trend, we need to, first thing is that we need to introduce the drying centers, because the farmers can't dry paddy at their level, because they can dry paddy in the roadside or using tarpaulin, because they don't have drying yards even. So if you can introduce some drying centers, so Paddy Marketing Board can introduce drying centers, so the farmers can get dry their paddy from there. They can give some money to those people, and they can purchase, they can get done their drying from that drying centers. So we have initially started 4 drying centers with the help of World Bank at Mana, Kilnochi, Madarigiriya, Buttala, Anuradhapura. So they are working well. So we need to have this type of drying centers in major paddy growing areas, just like Hambantota, Ampara, Anuradhapura, Kurunegala, Polonnaruwa, Mana, like that, those areas, so that major more farmers can get done that one. So that can change our supply chain also, because otherwise farmers will sell their paddy just after harvesting, and then they will blame even government to that. There's no good price for them. But if you can keep that paddy with them and they can sell when they require, then millers also, just increase their prices to get paddy from the farmers to them. And if you see the paddy production, because normally now we also see that one in the time to time there is a scarcity of rice in the country, then government try to import rice from other countries. The thing is that actually we see there's no correct estimation of the paddy production, because we say we are producing nearly 4.5 million metric tons of paddy per year. Actually there is just an estimation, because there is a crop cutting survey, so that is totally dependent on the number of hectares we are planting. But that is not exactly the correct amount. That we are saying nearly 1.2 million hectares we are cultivating, but that is, we don't know exactly whether we are cultivating 1.2 million hectares or not. So we need to first identify exactly what is the exact hectares we are cultivating, so that we need to use the new technologies to assess that one, because now even if you see when we are giving the fertilizer subsidy, we ask what is your hectareage from the farmer. He said I have 2 hectares, then they will give for the subsidy to the 2 hectares. So that is depend on the their words that is there. And other thing is that normally our rice consumption is 110 kilograms per annum, per capita consumption per annum. So if you see like that, we require only 2.4 million metric tons of rice. So if you see the equivalent of that one is nearly 3.7 million of metric ton of paddy. That means that we are self-sufficient from paddy sector if these figures are okay. But still we see that one we have to import rice from the other countries, because one thing is that we have not estimated, but nearly 10 to 15% post-harvest loss is there. One major thing is that drying. So if you do not dry at the correct level, correct level, 14 points moisture content, so those paddy will get deteriorate. So there is a post-harvest of that sense. Other thing is that we don't have a good storage facility. So even PMB don't have storage facilities. So we have a lot of storage losses there. So we have nearly 10 to 15 post-harvest loss. That means it's a huge, nearly 500,000 metric tons per annum. And also we need paddy for seed purpose also, because now we are mostly doing the broadcasting. There is a conventional method, but it required at least 100 kilograms per hectare. So that is a huge amount for the seed purpose. But if you use new technologies, we can reduce that one also. So likewise, we need to do the correct estimation of the paddy production in the country. And if you see the rice milling industry, so we say is the largest agro-based industry, nearly $2 billion US dollars. And we produce 2 types of rice. One is called raw rice, other one is called parboiled rice. 65% of people nearly consume parboiled rice. So we produce in major rice mills, they produce parboiled rice. And also we have 2 types of rice mills in the country. One is called the custom mills, other one is called the commercial mills. Custom mills means they are in the villages. We go and there we can give some higher and we can convert our paddy into the rice. So that is in the village level. And other thing is that commercial level rice mills. So commercial level rice mills are spread all over the country. But thing is that now leading rice millers are emerging, and all other small, medium, and large-scale rice millers, they can't continue. Rice mills are there, but they can't continue their production throughout the year. Because if you see the even small-scale miller, he need to keep a lot of paddy in their storage, because we have a 2 season. At least we need to store paddy for 4 months. Because otherwise, early what happened, actually paddy with the farmers. So then, anytime millers can purchase paddy from the farmers. But that is not happen now, because now farmers sell their paddy direct to the millers. So that leading millers, who have a buying power, they purchase a lot of paddy, and that's why they control our paddy, our market, because other millers are there, but they can't continue their production. So we have to think about that one also. So if you see the transformation of this sector, actually it was started from steel huller, but now it will transform to the rubber roll sheller and then now combine rice huller from the village level. Now this type of combined hullers are manufactured in Sri Lanka. So that is the good thing. Now Sri Lanka can manufacture this type of one, otherwise we have imported this machine from China or India. So some of our engineering companies, they are manufacturing that one. So that's a good thing. And if you see the commercial rice mill, actually that is also already mechanized, because almost all machine is starting from the cleaning and then destoning, then dehusking, polishing, and then grading and color sorting. Even now we have color sorters there. So now we have rice, no stones, no any black grains, anything. So we have almost all machines used in these rice mills. So they are. So what we think that one, because as I mentioned earlier, now the market power is concentrated to the few millers, so few brands, so leading millers. So we need to emerge other millers also, because for example, now we know that one, nearly 4 leading millers in Polonnaruwa. The Polonnaruwa district, they produce only the 4,000 metric tons paddy per year, but they are processing nearly 800,000 metric tons, or 1 million metric tons per year. So then they bring those paddy from other areas, for example, from Anuradhapura, from Trinco, from Ampara, from Batikolo side, they are bringing paddy to the Polonnaruwa. So there's a two things there. One thing is there, actually millers in those areas, they can't purchase paddy because they can't fight with this one. Other thing is that there's an unnecessary movement of paddy from those areas to the Polonnaruwa. So then also it will increase the cost of production, because there's an unnecessary chain is created there. So that's why, because our per day rice consumption is 6,500 metric tons. That means we need to produce 10,000 metric tons per day. That is the day capacity. And if you have 200 large-scale millers with 50 metric ton per day capacity, we can supply this one. Even if we have 20 metric ton, we need only 500. If it is a small scale, 10 metric ton, we need 1,000 millers. So if you can give chance to give support government to these small and medium and large scale millers, even small and medium scale millers to emerge, then they will balance this supply chain. It will not even bring paddy to those areas to the Polonnaruwa district. So we have to think about that one, because we need to think about this one. And other thing is that even we don't have exact figures on how much of rice mills in the country. That is also, we need a survey to do all over the country. We need to see how much custom mills are available, how much small, medium and large scale mills are available, and how about the leading millers. We have nearly 10 leading millers in the country. Out of that, nearly 4 leading millers are, millers are processing 900 metric tons per day. So that is a big quantity. So their contribution is very high. So what is our recommendation here? One thing is that support and facilitate establishment and modernization of small and medium and large scale rice millers in the country in major rice producing areas. One our recommendation. So actually we can support that one. And other thing is that promoting local engineering companies for manufacturing rice milling equipment. So actually we have local manufacturing companies, they are producing these machines, but they are facing some difficulties because sometimes when they producing machines, they need to purchase raw material from outside. So the raw material have sometimes tax, but now not like that. But if you purchase or imported rice milling machinery from other countries, there is no tax. So then they want to fight with those imports. So that is there. As Minister said that our other infrastructure facilities are also very low. Even if you think about the price of the electricity is very high, so it's very difficult to manufacture in Sri Lanka. But still we have manufacturers in Sri Lanka. Almost 75% of the machines, not large machine, but other machines manufactured in Sri Lanka. They are giving the technology to the our small, medium, and large scale millers. Except leading millers, they are getting the technology from the either Bilo or Satake, that leading manufacturing companies in the world. And other thing is that National Institute of Post-Harvest Management, where I worked earlier, that is actually established in 1971 as a RPRDC, Rice Processing Research and Development Center of the Paddy Marketing Board. And then it was changed as the Institute of Post-Harvest Technology. And again, now it has changed as a NIPHM. But the engineers there, they have technology. They are the people actually, they have given the engineering intervention to this sector through Paddy Marketing Board, but now they have separated. So we have to strengthen this institute also, because from the government side, actually, even we first time color sorter introduced by the NIPHM in 2001. Then only actually others purchased that one. Even D-Stone also introduced to the rice milling sector by this institute, that RPRDC in 1984. So they are doing the leading part, so we need to extend this area, and actually only few engineers are there. So we need to increase the number of engineers this institute, and we need to extend this institute. Then we can get more service from them to this sector. So that is end of my presentation. So what ultimately what we have think that so we can do this one. So we only thing is that we need to have government support, because sometimes these areas, because as our chair of this NEC said that what engineers are doing in agriculture. So people think like that. So they are not giving more opportunities to the engineers in these institute also, because all others, they are thinking that agriculture is a single disciplinary area. It is not like that. Agriculture is a multidisciplinary area. As our president said, we need transdisciplinary approach to develop these areas. So there is an engineering intervention to these areas. So we as ISL, we always like to support this institute. At the moment also we have a good link with this institute, because our sectional committee consists of these engineers of this institute. So we can think we can do that one, and we are happy to do that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Engineer Mahesh Disanaika for sharing with us your perspectives in the sector of agriculture and plantation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I am told we will be going in for a tea break right now. We have a tea break for 20 minutes, so we do hope to see you back in your seats by 11:20 so that we can continue the rest of our discussions. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy your tea.
Wasn't just a moment of love. Maybe we just losing control. Without it all feeling like lost. I need some more. I need some more. I need it again. 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 Wasn't just some moment of love. Maybe we just losing control. Without it all feeling like lost. I need some more. I need some more. I need it again. I need it again. I need it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get started. I'd like to invite all of you outside the hall to please make your way inside with your cups of tea, with your plates of refreshment. No problem, you can continue to have it as we move into the next presentation. So feel free to bring your cups of tea and refreshments inside the hall with you and take your seats. You can continue to eat and drink while we begin with the next presentation. Once again, this is an announcement for all of our delegates outside. Feel free to join us inside the hall with your refreshments. You can continue having refreshments while we proceed with our presentations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reminder that we would like to get started. And so we'd like to request you to please feel free to come inside the hall with your cups of tea. You can continue to have your refreshments while we begin with the presentations. Once again, to all of our delegates outside the hall, this is an invitation to you to please join us inside the hall with your cups of tea. You can continue having your refreshments as we now commence with the presentations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a reminder for our delegates outside, please do join us back in the hall. You can continue having your refreshments while we begin with the presentation, all right? So please bring your cups of tea inside the hall with you. We would like to get started, and your cooperation will help us stick to time. So once again, all of our delegates outside, please feel free to join us in the hall with your cups of tea and refreshments. Thank you. While you're settling down, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few announcements I'd like to make. We'd like to draw your attention to two very interesting and engaging events that are coming up on the IESL calendar. The first one is Engineers Night 2025. This will be on the 30th of August, just a few days from now, 6 p.m. onwards at Wave and Lake Velisara. So if you are interested in joining us for a fun-filled night of entertainment, plenty of music and fellowship, remember 30th of August is when we will have Engineers Night, and we hope you'll join us there. If you are interested in purchasing tickets, you can purchase them today from Sanduni at the registration desk. All right, you can purchase them from Sanduni at the registration desk. We'd also like to draw your attention to the IESL Annual Research Symposium 2025, which will take place on the 2nd of September, 9 a.m. onwards, right here at the Galadari Hotel. IESL Annual Research Symposium. If you are interested to join us for this event, please make sure you register yourselves at the registration desk as well. So once again, these are two very interesting events coming up, the Engineers Night on the 30th of August and the IESL Annual Research Symposium on the 2nd of September. We hope you'll be able to make time to join us and gain the benefits of both events. With that being said, I do see still a lot of our delegates outside the hall. Once again, may I kindly request you to join us. We would like to get started, and your cooperation will help us stick to our schedule as much as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my effort to try and get you in. Wait. That's the bell, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to have all of you back in your seats as soon as possible. We'd like to get started. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to get started with the rest of our knowledge sharing sessions. Before I introduce the next speaker to you, I'm asked to kindly remind every single speaker today that we do have a timer at the back of the hall. A timer at the back of the hall so that all of our speakers can also help us stick to the time allotted. So we want everybody's help, the speakers' help, the participants' help to help us finish on time because we've got 10 presentations before lunch, all right? So let's do our best to stick to the time allotted. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now delighted to introduce to you our next expert who will be sharing his thoughts in the field of public safety. The next topic is designing for discipline, engineering strategies for safer roads in Sri Lanka. Our speaker is Dr. Jayalath Edirisinghe, senior lecturer at the University of Peradeniya, and he's a distinguished scholar with over 30 years of experience in road safety research, education, and advocacy. Holding a PhD and MSc from Ehime University, Japan, he has collaborated with leading global institutions, authored books and numerous publications, and has received national recognition for his dedication to preventing road traffic accidents. Beyond academia, Dr. Edirisinghe actively engages with communities through media, educational programs, and outreach initiatives, making a lasting impact on road safety awareness in Sri Lanka. We're delighted to learn from his expertise today. So with your applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Engineer Dr. Jayalath Edirisinghe.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pinto. An American engineer and an economist, James Finch, once said, "The engineer has been and is a maker of history." Chairman ISL Granny Jayalath, Chairman National Engineering Conference 2025, Dr. Laksiri, and all the distinguished guests. I consider this as a great honor and a privilege to convert my feelings into words and sentences about this topic. I was so passionate about it for the last 30-odd years. We engineers do not just build things, we build trust. How far we stand for that? So I decided to select this topic, designing for discipline, engineering strategies for safer roads in Sri Lanka. This is a news clip about yesterday. A school van and a truck collided face to face, taking at least 3 lives. As I heard this morning, the count may go up, unfortunately. These are some sceneries we see almost every day on roads. Accidents, accidents, and accidents. Road accidents is a global prize we all must pay. We professionals. Let me show you road safety numbers according to Global View. World Health Organization produced a lot of documents according to the last and the recent most document published in 2023 says 1.19 million deaths happen every year. But in 2018, they said 1.35 million deaths, counting to over 3,000 valuable lives per day around the globe because of road traffic accidents. Not only that, it's the 8th leading cause for people in all area and number 1 cause for death of children from 5 to 29 years. And further, it takes another 50 million injuries each year. Well, dead and gone may forget after 3 months, which is not good to say. But 50 million injuries will cost additional burden to family, to country, to nation, to treat them. And they can be the only breadwinners of the day. What do we do? This is what the Global Status Report on Road Safety 2023, published by WHO, says. Road safety is in the 12th place in all ranks, but from 5 to 29 is the first one. Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, what our responsibilities as professionals. I asked whether the back door is open after the presentation, walk out from the back door. Because we are very good at directing fingers to others without looking at 3 fingers are directed on towards us. There are a number of professionals responsible for road traffic accidents, but we always blame drivers and one more step, policemen, and unfortunately the minister is not here, the politicians. How often we think about what professionals has to do on this, especially engineers. I can talk about driver misbehavior, I can talk about police misbehavior, I talk about public misbehavior, but will that do anything to this audience if I'm talking to a bunch of engineers? Without looking back at what engineers can do. This is what the police headquarters says. During last 5 years from 2002 to 2024, number of deaths, 2,521, as Dr. Laksiri said, and this goes to 12,322 deaths during last 5 years. Should that happen? Can't we control it? According to the ratios, out of all traffic accidents, 9% are fatal, 28% grievous, 40% non-grievous. Can you believe only 23% property damage accidents? You present this to World Health Organization and say, what a country it is. It's so dangerous. These are the global status. Global statistics says out of all accidents, only 1 to 2% are fatal. 10 to 15 are serious. That means grievous accidents. Isn't this distortion? Why it is so? It is because of this. Up to 2002, despite the fact that the whole world knows about this accident underreporting, we had nearly 58,744 accidents up to 2003. And it has a sudden drop down after that. Due to what? When I had an opportunity to do a presentation in the parliament, when I made that presentation, one parliament said, it's because of our government. We brought all the new regulations, right, rules. That is why accidents went down. Which is not true, ladies and gentlemen. It is because of a new insurance scheme introduced this country to bring down property damage accidents drastically. 2023, we had 58,744 accidents, but traffic headquarters says 2024, we had 25,299 accidents. Can it be true? This is the truth. This is how accidents varied. We had the fatal accidents which end up in the death, grievous accidents which ends up in a serious damage, had a normal rise, but you can see the property damage accidents drop down drastically. Without data, how can you do research? I can see number of researchers here on road safety related activities. How can we design roads? How can we bring proposals if we don't have actual data? So that is one problem, one challenge we face as professionals. Nobody talk about it. When you calculate accident severity index according to national guidelines, accident severity index is average number of persons killed per 100 accidents. This is how it calculates. So when the total number of accidents under-report or goes down, what happened is accident severity index goes up. And Sri Lanka will rank as a highly dangerous country for driving. 9% of fatal accidents. Don't you think it is a responsibility of professionals? Not only that, the data we have is not used effectively by police. When I analyzed 5 years of accidents there, I found one driver made 6 accidents consecutively without having any additional punishment or additional charges. It is because of not using even the available data effectively. Where is the noise from the experts? Where is the noise from the professionals? Where is the noise for reducing this? But we are very happy to blame three-wheeler drivers, bus drivers, and lorry drivers always for accidents. Don't you think these professionals also has a responsibility for that? Not only that, drivers are very often forced or encouraged to misbehave. No parking sign. Nobody cares. One day I saw a policeman closer to a vehicle parked under no parking sign. I thought he's going to give a ticket. Rather, I found he's showing a direction to that person, the driver, neglecting that he has parked under no parking sign. I argued with him, you with the uniform and not interested about taking action, why should we ask others? And not only that, while I'm preparing this presentation, I had to go to Noor earlier. Sorry, my friends, if you're from Central Points, especially those who are maintaining and building roads. Haven't you seen this? Do you know there's a rule saying if the center line is a double line, you're not supposed to park on shoulders. Parking on shoulders, if the center line is a double line, whether there's a no parking sign or not, whether there's a yellow line or not, you're not allowed to park. How many food sellers are there on roadsides without having adequate spacing for parking? Even if there's space in parking, it is illegal. Now, when you break the law once, when you break the law twice, when you break the law 3 times, it becomes a normal habit. And not only that, haven't you seen the center line marked double line at access roads? This is access to a resident. This is access road to a public place where many foreigners enter. Where are the professionals? Why don't you see that? Can we blame drivers for breaking rules and crossing double line? And this is a very, very, very famous road. So this is what I got from ChatGPT. I posed this question. When you break rule once, twice, 3 times, what happens? He says, it is called, the ChatGPT, behaviorist perspective, operant condition, by Skinner. Principle, behavior shared by consequences, reinforcement by punishment. If someone violates a rule and no negative consequence follows, the behavior is negatively reinforced. The absence of punishment signals that the action is safer or permissible. Over time, this increases the likelihood of repeating the same violation. Aren't we responsible for that, ladies and gentlemen? Aren't we engineers responsible for this, allowing roads like this? Should we blame only drivers? And I found another study. I did a systematic study about parking. You may know, in Sri Lanka, among road rule violations, the first one is no parking. Parking in no parking places. The study we did was this in Kandy. My main aim was to check what percentage of vehicles park facing the back to a main road. If you're holding a driving license, you may know the first principle in driving is never reverse to a main road. And this is more and more promoted by another group of professionals allowing buildings without having adequate parking. So drivers are helpless, including you and me. When you go to a place, since we do not have a good public transport system, we are forced to park somewhere, wherever a space available, whether it is under no parking sign, whether it is close to a double line or somewhere. In addition to that, they have to reverse back. This is what happened to me once. I thought this vehicle is reversing, which is not. The vehicle in front of me was reversing. Can't we expect the professionals to pass this place? In fact, my daughter was a victim about a week ago of a situation like this. When she was driving, a vehicle reversed to a main road, hitting her car and costing about 100,000 rupees. Fortunately, we had an insurance, and fortunately, I have a very bad mouth and shout mouth, and I shouted at the insurance and got the money. Otherwise, you won't get the whole money, insurance. Insurance also will come with various excuses. Your car is old, and the spare parts are expensive, etc., etc. So, where are the professionals? And this is what I found in the parking study. 38% of vehicles park facing the back to the main road. Therefore, they spend almost 40 seconds to get into the vehicle. That ends up with making the disciplined driver behavior bad. And at the end, they may end up somewhere it's an accident. Where are the rules and regulations? Where are the experts? This is what happened in other countries. And another systematic study I carried out was about the length of overtaking lines. You may know when the center line is marked single line or double line, you're not supposed to overtake. In the study area, we found 75% of the whole road section was marked either single line or double line. If you fall behind a slow-moving vehicle, even if you spend 10 to 20 million rupee worth of vehicle, if you don't have an option to overtake, you lose your attention. And you may overtake. You may overtake once, you may overtake twice, and then you find a habit. Now we blame drivers are bad. Are they really bad, or we made them bad? We encourage and we enforce them. So this is the study I carried out. In the study I carried out, I divided the section into 3, depending on the length and the line type. The final result is when the double line or the single line is over 300 meters, many vehicles overtake during the last 1/3 of the double line. Didn't it happen to you? Didn't it happen to you? You should have done it. And the policemen also wait at the last 1/3 of double line because they know. They know you lose your attention and you overtake. And they earn additional money. What is the solution? Now I'm happy, I wrote a number of newspaper articles, published a number of papers about this. Recently I saw a development, not because of my recommendation, I never want to take that credit on my hand, but I published a number of articles, what is called overtaking lanes or slow-moving lanes. There are a number of such places in Kandy Colombo Road, or rather Colombo Kandy Road, because since you're from Kandy, we like to put Kandy in front of Colombo. Well, A1 Road is Colombo Kandy Road. Isn't it high time for us to think about it? Because drivers are like that. And then, if the center line is marked dash line, you know, you are allowed to cross, you are allowed to overtake if it is safe, if there's no vehicle coming on the opposite lane. How many of you knew there are 2 different lengths of these dash lines? There are 2 different lengths, 3-meter line, 3-meter blank. And when the dash lines ends up due to some reason, it increases to 6 meters and 3 meters. There should be 6 such sections. If there are R&D engineers, you can correct me. That means 9 into 6, 54 meters. According to our study, 54 meters is not enough to overtake in Sri Lanka. You know why? We found in our systematic data collection, when one vehicle overtakes, the other one speed up. Didn't it happen to you? Didn't you do that? So average length we need in Sri Lanka is 100 meters. Where are researchers? Where are experts? Can you say, no, this is the international guideline. We did not design roads according to international guidelines. Let the drivers look after that, then the police look after that. No, that will not happen. That is why you have degrees. Drivers do not have degrees. This is it. This is one such video, if you didn't know. Anyway, we did a survey among drivers and we asked how many know that. Anyway, 8.3%. Sorry, this question was, have you ever crossed single or double line unintentionally? 91% said, yes, they crossed unintentionally. That was not their intention. Shouldn't we engineers take control of it? And when the drivers knew about this rule, change of line, 94% said they did not know. So where are the driving license schools? Did you know that? The center line varies. Majority didn't know. And whether we have a definition or not. Majority said yes. This is the outcome of the study. I mean, part of the outcome of the study. We find enough places on major roads without having this condition satisfied. 6 such sections before ending the dash line. In some places you find about 10. In some places you won't find 2. Some places you find only 3. Good that you do not know it if you did not know. Shouldn't we take control of it? Isn't that the responsibility of engineers? Should we blame only drivers, three-wheeler drivers, bus drivers, and lorry drivers? Do you know in one of our studies we found they have never been to a school even on a rainy day as a shelter? Not like you and me. So when Dr. Laksiri, my friend, invited me to talk on this, I said, Laksiri, I have a controversial presentation. What do you say? He said, yeah, go ahead. Then I said, keep the back door open. If there's stones thrown towards me, because I know a bunch of engineers are here, probably there can be road development engineers also. Some of them are my students anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, we should take the control to our hand. Let me show another study I did. Manhole covers. How good they are. I did a study about the effect of manhole covers on road safety. Again, to cut down a long story, a short one, 74% are circular, but that's not the interesting part. We identified 6 different types of failures. These are those. The flap is fair out. Haven't you seen this kind of manhole covers? What is the international standard? Haven't you seen manhole covers like this? Haven't you seen manhole covers like this? Like this? Like this? According to the study, only 21% of manhole covers in our study area had a reasonably good one, reasonably good shape. That means 89% of manhole covers are not in good shape. Is it 89? 79. Sorry. So where are we? And this is the final outcome. Nearly 33% of drivers try to avoid such manhole covers, risking their life as well as risking others' life. Don't try to read this. According to these statistics, most of the motorcycle riders try to avoid it. Most of the motorcycle riders meet with accidents on manhole covers. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, don't blame drivers only. Take the blame to your hand. Many road violations are not intentional, not recklessness. They are forced to do that. They have to. Unsafe designs and poor professional attention push drivers to misbehave, even you and me. It's not only three-wheeler drivers and bus drivers and lorry drivers. And every unsafe maneuver is a reflection of our engineering choices. Should we stick into international guidelines? Should we do a study about our drivers? Yeah, my time is up. So, ladies and gentlemen, stop blaming others. Take the control to your hand. When you direct fingers to somebody, remind 3 fingers directed towards you. You with 1 or 2 or 3 degrees or diplomas or postgraduate qualifications. Most of the drivers do not have that much of qualifications. When responsibility is abundant, chaos eagerly takes the throne. Let's plan for safe roads for a bright future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity given. Should I go out from the back door or can I come forward? Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much to Engineer Dr. Jayalat Edarisinghe for a very passionate presentation on how engineers can help to design safer roads here in Sri Lanka. And of course, thank you also to Dr. Edarisinghe for sticking to the time allotted. We now move on to our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen. This is in the field of engineering education. Allow me to introduce our next speaker to you. Engineer Professor J.P. Karunadasa obtained his BSc Engineering degree with first-class honours specialising in electrical engineering from the University of Moratuwa. He obtained his MSc degree in 1988, his PhD degree in 1991 from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology in the UK. He is attached to the Department of Electrical Engineering at the University of Moratuwa and now completes 40 years of unblemished and uninterrupted service with more than 70 research publications in reputed engineering journals and conference proceedings. He has played a pivotal role in advancing the recognition and accreditation of engineering programs. He served the RESL as a council member, accreditation board member, and education standing committee member. Today, he will be speaking to us about engineering education in Sri Lanka, current context, and the way forward. With this introduction, let's now welcome on stage Engineer Professor J.P. Karunadasa.
Very good morning to every one of you. My presentation is on engineering education in Sri Lanka, current context and the way forward. So my presentation outline is like this. Present engineering education landscape in Sri Lanka, meeting global academic standards, IESL and ECSL, task for UGC and Minister of Higher Education or Minister of Education, and need for social awareness. Let's look at the present engineering education landscape in Sri Lanka. If we look at very closely, we can see that engineering education programs in Sri Lanka fall into three categories. First one is the engineering honors degree program, which is aligned with SLQF level 6. Then we have engineering technology degree programs, which are aligned with SLQF 6, 5, and NVQ 7. And then we have engineering diploma, certificate, training programs, all are aligned with NVQ level 6 and below. Hope you can read it. So this is a diagram that illustrates which institutions or which higher education institutions offer engineering honors degree programs. And if you can see closely, there are state-owned and private-owned. State-owned institutions under Ministry of Education and also under Ministry of Defense. Under Ministry of Education, we have under UGC and under TEVT, Technical Education and Vocational Training. Under UGC, the engineering degree offering universities, as we all know, Moratuwa, Peradeniya, Ruhuna, Jaffna, Jayawardhanapura, Southeastern, and Open University. Under TEVT, we have Ocean University and NSBM. And under Ministry of Defense, KDU. The private-owned institutions are also there, offering 4-year honors engineering degree programs. Some are with degree awarding status, some are offering foreign degrees in collaboration with foreign universities. With degree awarding status, we have SLTC, SLIT, and SINEC, and other foreign degree evaluation offering institutions are SLIT, SINEC, ESOP, ICBT, RIC, and IIT. You can see many institutions offering 4-year engineering degree programs in Sri Lanka. In the same way, if we look at the engineering technology degree program or engineering degree programs, aligned with SLQF or aligned with another accord, so this SLQF 6, 5, and NVQ 7. There also we have state-owned institutions and private-owned institutions. In the state-owned institutions, you can see again under Minister of Education and under Minister of Defense. And the Minister of Education, we have under UGC and under TEVT. Under UGC, this is of course the technology faculties. University of Colombo, Kalaniya, Jayawardhanapura, Ruhuna, Jaffna, Southeastern, Wayamba, Samaragamuwa, Uwavellassa, Rajarata, Wayonia. Under TEVT, we have UNOTech and also IET, Institute of Engineering Technology, Katunayaka. And also there's a separate, directly under Ministry of Education, SLIET. SLIET has many campuses, and especially there are 3 institutions that offer technology level engineering degree programs. Under private-owned category, again, there are some with degree awarding status and some are with foreign collaborations. SLTC is having engineering technology degree programs, and private-owned entities, SINEC, ESOP, ICBT, RIC, BCAS, and Horizon. You can see the spread and the dispersion of different institutions in this market, in this sector, providing technology-level engineering degree programs. But we have a massive infrastructure for other category, engineering diploma, certificates, training program of 2-year or shorter durations. We have state-owned under Ministry of Education, under Ministry of Youth, and under Ministry of Defense. Under Ministry of Education, we have under UGC and under TEVT. Under UGC, ITUM. ITUM is, of course, it's under University of Moratuwa, therefore funds come from the UGC, but since this is a different category, I put it over there. And under TEVT, which is the main player that provide education in that sector, there are many divisions, the VTA, Vocational Training Authority, Department of Technical Education and Training, NITA, Ceylon German Technical Training Institute, and Ocean University. And you can say under VTA, there are 174 regional vocational training centers, 22 district vocational training centers, and 8 national vocational training centers. Under DTET, there are 30 technical colleges and 9 colleges of technology. Under NITA, IET, ATEI, Apprenticeship Engineering Training Institute, and ATI. And under CGI, TTI, there are 3 regional centers. And Ocean University, there are 7 regional centers, but all of them are not offering engineering-related programs. Under Ministry of Youth, you can see there are 58 training centers. You can see this technical education sector is not properly coordinated, but no matter, these institutions are there and they are offering good programs. But we can see how these are spread in the country under different ministries. Under Ministry of Defense also, we have 4 academies, military academies. Similarly, in the private-owned, there are countless number of private-owned entities that provide training of 2-year and shorter duration, which are, of course, job-oriented and specific purpose-oriented. And in the same way, we have some diploma, shorter duration diplomas, offered by SINEC, ESOP, ICBT, RIC, BCAS, and Horizon. So this is just to give some glimpse of idea how this education sector, especially in the field of 4-year honors degree and 3-year technology degree and 2-year shorter technician level degree programs are offered by different entities in Sri Lanka. So then let's see meeting global academic standard. And it's very clearly we see that when there are many institutions are coming into the play and offering different degree programs, the quality regulation is a must. Otherwise, there can be a vast difference in the outcomes of the graduates, which can disturb the national progress and also the national image. Academic programs in engineering should meet global academic standards. These are well-known global academic standards. This is required not only for the global mobility, but also for a better national contribution with a synergy of different categories. Engineering profession needs only 3 categories of practitioners, no doubt. Even though we have many colleges, many programs, we need only 3 layers of practitioners. These are graduate engineers, graduate technologists, and graduate technicians. I'm talking about these graduate technicians. And if we have large number of layers, even the employers will find it very difficult to decide as to whom to pick for the particular job. So if we have 3 distinct categories, it is very easy. And if we know the boundaries of different categories, it will be very easy for the employers to select the right person. And also it will be very easy for the practitioners to work in cohesion in the field with their respective responsibilities. And you can see the academic standards expected of them are set in 3 international accords. So in the Graduate Engineer Washington Accord, Graduate Technologist Sydney Accord, and Graduate Technician Dublin Accord. We need to adjust our engineering educational programs aiming these 3 layers. Simultaneously, a rational demarcation of the roles and responsibilities of the 3 categories must also be identified for smooth functioning towards a common goal. I think this must receive a high priority. So if we define these 3 layers, so we should know what responsibilities, what roles that each layer should play, each layer should discharge in the field. So there will be no confusion in assigning duties for 3 different categories in the same project. Also, each category should be allowed to establish separately with its own career progression paths without necessarily having to cross the layers. If someone wants to cross the layer at his own will, that should be okay. But each category should be established as a separate category with its own career development, career progression paths. Because we need well-established layers with competent practitioners to take up respective challenges and responsibilities. Everyone need not be an engineer, because we need all 3 layers to discharge the engineering duties. Let's look at the ISL and ECL context. ISL is a signatory to both Washington Accord and the Sydney Accord, which mandates the ISL to accredit engineering honors and engineering technology degree programs conducted in Sri Lanka. ISL has published accreditation manuals to that effect, and the majority engineering honors programs and many engineering technology programs have now obtained ISL accreditation. Also, ISL must proceed to obtain the Dublin Accord signatory status and start accrediting graduate technician diploma programs as well. Then it will be very easy to do the academic coordination among the 3 mainstream programs with an overall focus. So, doing accreditation of engineering technician category does not necessarily mean that they have to be part of the ISL. ISL can decide that. But as far as academic standards are concerned, emerging it from a single location would be very easy, because it is very easy to coordinate things among these 3 categories. ECL requires each engineering practitioner to be a member of a named engineering institution as a precondition to register as an engineering practitioner. That is the ECSL Act. ISL insists on a recognized degree for granting its membership to engineers and engineering technologies as a way of assuring proper academic standards. So this is a kind of persuasion and motivation for our practitioners to obtain the proper academic standards in the first instance, and then approach the institutions and then channel it to the ECSL. However, separate paths are made available for those not having recognized degrees. ISL have not closed the doors. Separate paths are available. At the technology layer, ISL offers 2 categories of membership: engineering technologists and affiliate engineers. And the latter category distinguishes academic qualification with a strong mathematical base, but nevertheless, both are at the technologies layer. The IISL grants a separate membership category, incorporated engineer, as we all know, which falls in between the technologist layer and the technician layer. We believe that they would take steps to bring the relevant academic standards in line with one of the accords, most possibly Sydney Accord. Task Force UGC and Minister of Higher Education or Minister of Education now. I have a few points. One thing is get the ISL support to develop a manual for pre-qualifying a non-state higher educational institutes to offer an engineering or engineering technology degree programs, academic programs, and uses it as a part of the Ministry of Education approval process. Now also this process is happening, but of course the engineering institutions which are directly related to the practice should be allowed to indicate what are the requirements for the pre-qualifying of this institution with regard to its resources and other requirements. Amend the ECSL Act to accommodate the engineering technologies category and other needy revisions. And engineering technologies category is not still in the ECSL Act, mainly because that particular category was not available at the time of release in this Act. And now this category is there, therefore a revision is needed. Streamline the academic program under TEVC's purview and bring suitable programs aligned with the Dublin Accord for subsequent international accreditation. We need our technicians also receive this international accreditation so that they can also have the global mobility and eventually bring a lot of foreign exchange to the country back. Take measures to strengthen the mathematics base of students in the engineering technology stream at the GCA A level to build an analytical reasoning culture right from the secondary education. So even right at the university level that we do provide some mathematical inputs, but without this mathematical culture built from the right at the beginning, it is very difficult to plant that culture within the university itself. Maintain an appropriate ratio of engineers to engineering technologists to engineering technicians. Of course, in order to work or in order to plan the work in the field properly, there should be some accepted ratios among the professionals in the categories of, in these three layers, engineers, technologists, and technicians. 1 to 4 to 16 is one such figure, but of course this figure can be decided based on the country needs. But there has to be something. But right now we don't see adherence to this kind of norms or any norms. Right now I think there's about 5,000 intake, both private and state-owned universities at 4-year engineering degree level, but only about 2,500 coming into the technology stream. But in the technician level, it's more than 100,000 annually. So there's some adjustment of these figures with some overall focus is needed. Simplify the present procedure of approving a new academic program and phasing out an outdated program in the state universities to motivate the universities to improve academic standing and the industry relevance. We all know that there are some difficulties and these long processes for this kind of introduction and removal. We request the UGC to consider simplifying this process, but definitely there has to be approval to simplify it so that it will be a motivation for the university to get in line with the contemporary industry requirement and improve the academic standing. Introduce direct entry to engineering specialization in state universities. We would like to make that request also. In the earlier, entire engineering intake was about 150, 160 or 200. Now individual specialization intake exceeds 250, 300 like this. Therefore, it will be better if the UGC can intervene and make direct selection to the field of specialization. So by doing so, we can get many advantages. One thing is to eliminate the utter frustration and demotivation of a large number of students getting a dislike field. Because there can't be a return path for them. Whether you like it or not, they have to take it up. So this frustration and demotivation makes a negative drag, so that there is no motivation is lost, and that will be a great price, especially in this layer of students. Eliminate the growing tuition culture in the university system aiming selection exams, as this very bad culture is developing right in many universities and around. External tuition preparing students for the selection test. So that is very bad as far as university environment and university education and its objectives are concerned. Therefore, by doing this direct selection, that problem can also be solved. And it strengthens the cooperative culture by avoiding unhealthy competition. We know that because of this tough competition during the semesters before which this exam held, the cooperation among the students is minimal, because they want to get into the place by overtaking the other person. So that is also very negative in the university environment and university objectives. And also it is to respect individuals' right to know which program to pursue on entering the university. And it is generally we all agree that I must know what I will be learning at the university before I enter into the university. So that is also can be respected if the UGC help us with direct entries into the program. Need for social awareness. Social awareness about the standing of different academic programs with respect to the accreditation status and global mobility support will be the best tool to persuade different HEIs to improve their standing in order to attract students. So this part is lacking for the time being. So the media and whatever other means we should use to increase the social awareness as to which institutions have these global standards and mobility and which are not. We don't have to say which are not. We can promote which have these global standards, and that will be the best way to motivate the institution that does not have such standards to get in line, because otherwise they will lose the student intake. So engineering institutions can take up this responsibility correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor J.P. Karunadasa for, of course, finishing on time and also for giving us such valuable perspectives on engineering education in Sri Lanka. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our next speaker to you, who will be speaking to us about digital transformation in Sri Lanka, how to do it and how not to do it. Dr. Madhava Herath is an experienced education professional with over 20 years of progressive experience spanning telecommunications industry, project management, academia, and entrepreneurship. He earned his BSc Engineering Honours degree in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering with first-class honours from the University of Moratuwa. He also holds an MBA from the Postgraduate Institute of Management, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, and a PhD from the Sri Lanka Institute of Information Technology. Dr. Herath is a chartered engineer and a certified project management professional accredited by the Project Management Institute, USA. He currently serves as Dean Academic at SLIIT Kandy Uni. His research interests include artificial intelligence in energy consumption optimization, synthetic data generation, and climate change analysis. He has published multiple research papers in leading academic journals and has presented at numerous international conferences. So with this introduction, ladies and gentlemen, to now talk to us about digital transformation in Sri Lanka, let's welcome on stage Engineer Dr. Madhava Herath.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Good afternoon, distinguished invitees. Road to the education to the now IT. I think digital transformation is one of the buzzwords that passing through different media. Yesterday also we saw that digital ID was held, temporary kind of a legal action was there. While at that environment, I think it is privilege for me to talk about the digital transformation, what to and what not to, in other way, how to and how not to, in perspective of how engineers look into that. Today, actually, I'm taking you through, not as a buzzword, but basically how we want to roadmap it with the small pieces in iteratively, and most importantly, how to and how not to. Then this will be the cover up today. So basically assessing our current state, and most importantly, how to and how not to. And key recommendation as IT professionals or maybe the computer engineers towards the digital transformation, and some of the real world cases from Sri Lanka and us also emphasize our role as engineers in the process of this digital transformation. Digital transformation is not just an IT upgrade. It is not just buying some softwares, machine servers, and put it somewhere and let people to use. What I believe, not me, but engineers how believe in digital transformation is all about people. It's a shift of a mindset. It's a holistic implementation throughout the society and also the heart of people, because at the end of the day, they want to believe it. Then We have a very nice national strategic imperative which says the national vision, a digitally empowered Sri Lanka for innovation, inclusion and sustainable growth strategy for 2020-30. So what are the key drivers behind that? So we know that we are in the post-pandemic recovery from COVID-19, so which apparently accelerated the digital urgency, where we practice digital present, virtual gatherings, meetings, where the digital transformation was emerged, would I say, in a bit of an accelerated manner. And meantime, the economic reform. Digital transformation fueled the transparency and the efficiency, because most of the time nowadays people have the right for information, so they want to know how the things are happening, what other things are going, what are the numbers, and all those things. So then digital transformation allow people to have this data transparency and again the process efficiency. And also, as Sri Lankan, we want a future ready. Why? The critical for global trade and investment and also the innovation. So as we are struggling to build our economy, so we also want to future ready with the new technology, and also we want to compete with the global market with the right set of tools. So therefore, I think these three factors will drive digital transformation in a much more accelerated manner. So where we stand today, we have the pluses and minuses both. Where are challenges first? Legacy, fragmented systems. I think we have very key set of people who initiated that digital transformation in Sri Lanka. So then we know that though we are having very nice systems where we can pay the fines on the road, where we can get the revenue license through the internet, and also where we can do the digital banking, but none of them are most of the time interconnected, where these are stand as a legacy systems. They develop the systems independently, and where they not allowed to interoperate, we are not give the full potential of the system to the general public. Then again, service delivery gaps. This is mainly, we try to solve the problem in the technical point of view or a technical lie, rather than understanding the perception or maybe understand the real problem that we're having in the general public. Where we as engineers, we were taught to understand the problem, where we want to put into the table where how to understand the real problem and minimize that so-called the service delivery gap, where we want to deliver the solution, not the point of technical, but to point of the public needs. Then again, digital skill shortage. Though we are here all as engineers, we know that there are substantial portion of the population who are not digitally savvy, especially maybe the older generation, and also maybe not that much educated sector in Sri Lanka, where people are reluctant to use the digital tools because they are not trusting them, and also they are may not used to. So then we as engineers, as Professor Karunada said, so throughout the nice education programs that we have, we want to inculcate this from the school time, not only the students and the graduate, but also general public, how to earn the digital skill and trust those systems for the movement. Meanwhile, we have set of opportunities also. We are one of the countries that we have the strongest mobile penetration, I think more than 100%. More than a population, we have the number of SIMs we have in Sri Lanka. So it allows people to use a mobile-based platform to make their life easy. They are doing digital banking, they are moving in the social media, then they are maybe doing some digital purchasing and all. So it's a good sign that we are having some sort of platform to go with the transformation. And also grow in digital infrastructure, where we have security systems, banking system, servers, internet, all those things are in place right now with support of telcos. So then those are all plus point for us. And also, as I said, we have a clear national vision, so which want to be consistent more than 5 years. So then we can, as engineers, go with the national vision for the transformation. So this is the most important that I want to emphasize. Engineers, a successful transformation, how to. So as we engineers, we have to have a vision and leadership, clear governance and the roadmap that I said. So we have to have a good roadmap at least for 10 to 15 years, where we want to emphasize the government, not to change time to time, but a strong path. So if such, we may not receive the news that we have received yesterday. And also, people-centric design, that's what I said. So we want to solve real citizens and business problem, not rather buying technologies or tools that the technocrats are happy with. And also, interoperability and the open standards build connected ecosystems, where when we digitalize the organizations, when we digitalize the government agencies, we want to make sure that those are well interconnected. Otherwise, whatever the coming as digital IDs and all going to be null and void if they are going to be locked into the legacy systems. So this also we want to keep in mind. And again, the most important is cybersecurity and by design, where most of the time the security, the risk, cybersecurity, we're going to put as an afterthought, but it should be from the design itself, because the major point here, if something went wrong, people are not going to believe the solutions. Example, if there are going to be a single cent fraud in a banking system, no one going to do digital transaction. So if we lose the perception, it's so difficult, then bring the people into the system. Therefore, we want to put an additional effort to make sure that all the security aspects are there before start the rolling out the systems. Then capacity building. We as engineers and also educators holding a greater responsibility, national-wide digital literacy and the upskilling their digital skill set. So starting from the education system, then maybe holding some sessions for the general public and let them understand the system, then let them believe and trust the system, then only they will come into the systems. And also, bit of a technical word, agile pilot, we are rather than rolling out the project at once, we want to come up with the small phases. Then only we can see whether this is going to be suited for the solution and the people are going to believe. So therefore, it should be pilot terms and learn and run and scale in a way that phase-wise, and also it should have a good feedback loops to change in an agile manner on and there when the changes are required. And again, what not to? Well, so most of the time it's come as a technology first. Buying a tech without solving real problem. This is what usually, most of the time even I would say, engineers, IT professionals and more techie savvy people going to see on the problem. They're going to try to buy a software or maybe a system and try to solve the problem without really understanding what the problem that we have to solve. So therefore that's we want to omit, and also people try to go for a one size fits all monolithic and inflexible projects. Where it's so difficult once we buy the software, once we get the solution, it's so difficult for us to change as we require. I think even with the ISL also we are having such examples where we also are struggling at time. Where once we have the requirement, once the technology is rolling out, once the technology is getting advanced, it's so difficult for us to change as a requirement comes. So then we want to move out from that. And also again, ignoring the cybersecurity, we want to make sure it's not going to happen, and also solid implementation. Creating new fragmentations, and also we also happy to accept the changes. So not only for the Newton's object, but also we have inertia with us. It's so, we don't like to change. Once we take a decision, once we sign off a technical evaluation report, it's so, we are having a huge negativity or the inertia to change. But if this is happen, it's so difficult to rolling out technological transformation project because every day technologies are growing up, demand is changing, the public requirements are changing. Therefore, we always should welcome when the transformation happen, changes to be there. Then consolidated action plan for me, but I prepared in a bit of a summary way. As far as vision concerned, it should not disjoint, lacking central coordination, but it should be championed by leadership, and also we have to have a clear roadmap, at least for a 10 to 15 years. Then when we look at the stakeholder input, it's not should be top-down decision making, it should be a collective approach rather than technocrat-only decisions. It should be inclusive, participatory, and also feedback-driven stakeholder engagement for acceptable, trusting solutions. As far as execution, it should not big bang or rigid or inflexible deployment. It should be phase-wise, agile, pilot with defined KPI and feedback loops. Then again, cybersecurity, I'm emphasizing again, threat as afterthought, should be reactive and not proactive, but it should be prioritized, invest and educate the people, and also it should be within the design phase itself. Skills rely on narrow IT specialist pool will drive the whole thinking to a separate direction, but it should be national-wide digital literacy and upskilling where people believe the digital transformation and bringing with them. So while we are talking much about the needs and the to be, but we have very nice example Sri Lanka as well, especially this Lanka Clear, the streamlined interbank transaction. We are boosted financial inclusion. I think all of us here, we are using some sort of a digital banking app. So we rarely visit the banks because we can open the account, we can do the transaction, we can pay the utility bills, we can take the loans even through a banking app. So Lanka Clear and all banks did a marvelous job where people trust their solution while we are having into the rupees and cents, because they work with a very regulated environment with clarity and the secure infrastructure. There are some learning points where we have to take it from such nice cases. And also we have ample amount of struggling cases, some e-government platforms as well, uneven platforms and adaptation. So though the system is there, people don't know how to use it, people look in some other way to use it kind of, and also they are struggling, lack of integration, poor user feedback and all. So those are some of the things that we have to take into mind as engineers when we're rolling out digital transformation. And in the last, the engineers' mandate in the national digital transformation, I would like to emphasize, we must be more than coders and builders, we must be advocates in one aspect, where we have to, would I say, use maybe 4 hats for evidence and policy-based and national standards. So I think this was emphasized by other speakers also. The thinking should be in policy-based rather than the personal-centric. And also we have to be architect also in some aspect where interoperable and the secure systems to be deployed, and also educators to embedding the practical digital transformation skills in the curricula, and also educate the general public. And last, guardians conducting the independent technical evaluations, where we have to play a huge role over there, because we are the one who are going to evaluate most of the solution and select the suppliers. Therefore, we want to be impartial, independent, and also we want to be more problem-oriented rather than the solution-oriented. Then, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize again, digital transformation is a mindset shift. And also, it's just not a project. It's all about people. It's all about general public. And also, the opportunity to leapfrog is immense. And meantime, it must be engineered with the care for people, for context, for the future. Care for people with the context for the future, then people are going to accept the solution that we are providing. And with unfilled leadership and our expertise, we can deliver lasting value for generations to come, with supporting their life, making their life comfort and trusting them, and build a nation to be competitive in the international context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Madhava Herath for sharing with us your very valuable expertise on digital transformation in Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving into the field of power and energy. Allow me to introduce our speaker to you. Engineer Zahra Marzouk is an electrical engineer with 11 years of experience at Ceylon Electricity Board. She received a Bachelor of Science Engineering degree from the Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna, in 2013, and a Commonwealth Executive Master of Business Administration from the Open University of Sri Lanka in 2022 with a gold medal in Excellence for Research. She's also the chair of the Electrical, Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering Sectional Committee and is a member of the IESL Council. She was also the winner of the coveted title IET Young Woman Engineer Sri Lanka in 2019. Today she will be speaking to us about powering progress, navigating the future of the electricity sector. With this introduction, let's welcome her, Engineer Zahra Marzouk.
Thank you very much, Rishma, for that wonderful introduction. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is some kind of a little bit of controversial topics, the power sector. So, we know always the power sector problems have been a burning issue in the country. And currently, we are at a very significant critical juncture where certain changes are being made, and we hopefully looking forward that there will be positive changes. So, I'm going to talk about mainly the challenges and opportunities. So right before this conference, there were a lot of discussions and stakeholder discussions as well conducted to get an idea on what are the challenges and what are the opportunities we can find in this sector. So mainly, you are already aware of this. The number one problem is integrating renewable energy. Sri Lanka has a lot of potential that we can tap into and produce renewable energy. But the problem comes when we are trying to integrate it into the existing system. Secondly, the grid stability. So we are known to have very frequent blackouts or interruptions in the system. So we need to work on that as well. Third thing is investments. When we are not having a proper system or policies or certain things established in the country, investors will not have the confidence to come forward and invest their money. And finally, we have to face the meeting growing demand as well. So we are not going to stay in this position. Definitely, as the Deputy Minister clearly said, if we are going forward with the Industrial Revolution, our demand is going to increase as well. But you can look at the opportunities, the bright side of the problems. So since renewable energy is massive in Sri Lanka, we can make use of that. So we have to leverage this. We have to find ways how to integrate it. Then we can also think of a way of becoming a regional energy hub. For example, I think the HVDC links is in discussion, and there are so many other opportunities that we can look into. Then there is a new avenue for engineers and all the technicians and people associated working in these industries. They are called green jobs. So when you work in a renewable energy industry, they call it the green job. So there are a lot of opportunities upcoming in the future. Finally, our ultimate target should be enhancing energy security so that we won't have any issues in the grid and we will have uninterrupted quality power supply so that our country can move forward uninterrupted. So let's focus on the solution side. Now we've been talking about the problems, and we always talk about problems. We like to complain, but let's look at the solutions. So if we look in as an engineer, we know the policy reforms are underway, but there are practical, quickly implementable solutions that we can look into that can support Sri Lanka's energy goals. Next, we can look into the innovations. So innovation, I believe, is not only in the products. It's also in the way things happen, the processes, the services. So you can think of innovative ways how the things can be improved overall. So that kind of innovations will ensure that we can reach our sustainability target and smooth energy transition towards renewable. So it should be made our priority. So let me emphasize this. IESL has been continuously giving our inputs, suggestions, and recommendations to the policymakers throughout the years, since mainly it has been happening strongly since 2022. And we have also recently submitted our proposal again and review comments on the electricity bill of 2025. So our three focus areas were the regulatory framework for renewable integration, grid modernization in incentives, and competitive electricity market. Let me briefly describe each of these areas. So when you come to the regulator, you know, when you go and apply for an electricity connection or maybe a rooftop solar system, there is a process for approvals. So this process can be streamlined without taking much time, or if it's not possible, you can have some kind of feedback system. So there are so many things that we can simplify, and if the digitalization, all those facilities come in, things can move faster. Then we can focus on the grid standards. So anyone, anywhere, anytime can't go and put up a rooftop solar system. There should be some kind of standards. So we have to make sure that the standards are developed on par and suitable for our country. Just like a previous speaker said, not the international standards, standards that are working in our country. And the major problem, I think, the tariff. So the tariff has to be set in a very clear, transparent way, and it shouldn't be changing up and down so often, right? So the tariff and transparent pricing and mechanisms for incentives has to be in place. Then finally, compliance and monitoring. So we have always to monitor, and if there are places where we can and should improve, those improvements can be made if there is some kind of oversight and reporting system that has to be developed. So the regulatory framework has to focus on these areas, which we have suggested to the policymakers already. Secondly, the grid modernization incentives. So our grid is a little bit legacy now. We have to modernize this grid in order to meet with the future renewable integrations and remote operations and all those kind of things if we are moving forward. So we have to set up some financial incentives, subsidies, tax credits, and grants if there are smart grid projects. So we have to move for the smarter grid, because smarter grid means there are SCADA systems, remote operating, real-time monitoring, all those facilities will be there, which will be very expensive, and we will need investors supporting it, so incentives will be a good way to encourage that. And then the regulator has to support. So the thinking and the attitude and these mechanisms will have to be changed and adjusted in a way that will be supportive towards these changes in the grid. And we have to adapt with the technology. Now we know that there are sensors and expensive inverters and all those things, but it does not have to be expensive in a sense, but it has to do the job properly. So the technology, we have to adopt with the latest technology in simpler terms. And finally, storage and resilience. So not only the modernizing the grid. So we know we have some issues with curtailing renewable energy when the demand is low and those kind of issues. So in that essence, grid scale batteries have been proposed. And I have to add this, the pump storage, 600 megawatt pump storage project is ongoing and is expected to come into action in 2034. So it will also solve many of these problems like renewable energy curtailment. But in the meantime, we have all to think forward and see whether other solutions are available. So incentives for grid scale batteries and those kind of projects have to also be set. Now finally, the market. Now other countries, in fact our neighboring countries as well, they have developed the market to a level that you can see how the electricity is brought and sold and brought in every 5 minutes. So our market is not there yet, but we have to focus on these 6 areas, particularly robust regulation and the consumer protection mainly. The consumer has a lot of complaints, as we know. There are 2 folds, like one is the cost and one is the curtailment of renewable energy. And if you can see in another area, so rooftop solar, there are so many service providers that come into the market to play, and we don't know whether they are providing a good service to the consumer, whether they are getting a good service or whether they are being cheated. So the robust regulations should be there in both sides. Then the market should be gradually, not overnight, we can't do it overnight, it should be gradually open so that there's a competition is created. And innovation, so there are so many ways that we can innovate and change this way the electricity is generated, transmitted, and sold. It will happen gradually, but there has to be incentives for innovation, because when there are incentives, people are more motivated. And the pricing, transparent pricing. So one day it can be another price, and the next day it can't be another price, and for one person, one price, and the next person, another price. No, it has to be very transparent how the pricing is calculated, how is it set, and how you are going to choose from which service provider. Market platforms. So there are trading platforms and bidding systems where you can buy and sell electricity as a power. Access to the grid. So fair connection. So everyone has to have a fair opportunity to get access to the grid. So these are the characteristics of a competitive electricity market, and we have encouraged the policymakers to focus on these key areas as well. Now the next most important area is the controlled renewable integration. So there is renewable energy, but you can't integrate it as you wish. There has to be some control because there are limitations. Power system stability is one of the most important topics electrical engineers basically focus on. So we have experienced this firsthand now when the large scale like Net++ has grew expanded unprecedentedly, and the grid infrastructure is not ready to handle it. So these key issues are the lack of mandatory communication interfaces. So in countries, developed countries, they have communication interfaces where they can remotely control the devices and control the demand and supply issues. Then there is no real-time visibility of the distributed resources. We don't know, like, we have an idea of how much rooftop solar is installed, but we don't know exactly how much megawatts power energy is installed at rooftop. So there's no real-time visibility. There are voltage deviations beyond regulatory limits. So that is another problem, and protection coordination issues. Then that is what will escalate into instability of the grid and finally result in situations like the blackouts. So how can we do this? So we have to focus on some technological improvements. Number one is utility controllable inverters. Gradually they will have to be made compulsory for the new installations and existing installations. So they will be able to be communicate from control centers, renewable control centers. Then the grid codes. There should be grid codes on how we have to adapt to this integration, how the connections are done, and what are the limits of operations and all those things. So we have to adopt clearly defined grid codes for energy operations. Then there has to be feeder level data acquisition. So we don't have enough data. We don't have a method to collect the data. So there are systems like SCADA, where we can collect the real-time operational data and use them to study the patterns, analyze issues in the grid, and then we can find solutions and further improve the system. And also there will be control strategies that can be implemented by the use of this data. So this has been a constructive examination, and IESL has continuously done this examination, and we seek to present a practical engineering pathways that can continue to support the renewable integration while maintaining operational stability. This is some kind of a new avenue or area to think of. Some countries are having or co-locating data centers with grid control centers. So it comes, as you know, our problem is in the midday, our load dips to 1,800 or 2,000 megawatt as the solar power generation is peaking, and also sometimes it causes curtailment. Some countries have implemented and are going forward with this solution. It comes like a package. So there's a data center adjacent to a grid center with a grid center. So the investors will invest in the battery storage, and there will be a mix like solar, battery storage, and it will ensure that it's controlled. The infrastructure of the same location is utilized, as well as investment has been taken, and it will be an attractive solution if you can consider that as well. So it's like an ecosystem with energy, and as well as, data systems are very important, data centers are very important in the future, because we have a lot of users with AI and other digitalization applications. That means there is a lot of data that has to be stored and transferred. And some countries looking at other countries where they can invest in this kind of models because they don't have enough space and other issues. So that is some kind of area that we can think as an innovative way. Then the key benefits, as we researched and found, is we can approach foreign direct investments, because one single data center could typically attract $500 million or about that. It also will create jobs, because it will employ hundreds of engineers and technicians in the construction, designing, and other fields, other areas, and indirect jobs as well. Then it will also create export revenue, because we are providing a service to another country, and when we provide the service, we will also generate a revenue. And it will also boost our infrastructure growth, because with that investment, with that construction, it will also upgrade our system and associated systems. So there are some benefits to consider. But we can't go there fast forward. We have to have some policies. So we have to ensure there are long-time power purchase agreements and competitive investments for investors. And there will be how to define separate data center zones, or zones where, just like the Board of Investment BOI zones, separate zones so that they can operate without any issues. And they will have the separate land, power, and access to communication infrastructure. There has to be stable regulation again, because without regulation, without the law and tariff or things like that, those long-term contracts won't last, and the investors will not have any confidence. And also, not only that, it should aim with the clean energy portfolio. So just because it's a data center, we should not think that it will come with a coal power plant or LNG or anything, but we should focus that it will come with a focus in combining or mixing clean energy. So it can be solar, like I said, solar, and then battery energy storage, and with the grid, some kind of energy mix that is only renewable. Those are the things that we focused on. Then the next topic, we are currently in discussion, and a lot of issues are there. Battery energy storage system, because this concept allows us to store energy and export to the grid when we are over-generating by solar or other methods. And we can consume from the grid at night, because you know there is no solar generation at the night. But we have an issue there. There has to be some kind of qualifying criteria for the battery energy storage systems installations, because like I said, if the quality is not there, then issues will arise when we are connecting it to the main system. Then there should be clear interconnection procedures, just like the solar systems, and grid code updates to facilitate the BESS, and standardized protocol for equipment, because substandard equipment will again cause not only issues for the customers, but also the grid operators as well. But there are challenges. So if you see the market today, there is a large market, but there is no proper regulatory oversight, where varying technical quality and safety standards. So safety is very important, because batteries, when you're operating with batteries, they can also cause severe accidents. So we have to concern on safety hazards and power quality issues, long-term grid stability, reliability, and as well as potential violation of grid codes, especially at the distribution level, where it's difficult to monitor. And then the risks, they can escalate to issues in the transmission network and even contribute to events like blackouts. Next, we also focused a little bit on transport electrification. So our country can tap out of this, benefit from this technology, because in the daytime there is a surplus of renewable energy, particularly solar. So we can use that surplus if we have electrified transport fleet. But we have to conduct a proper power system impact assessment. Smart charging schedules has to be another concern. We have to standardize the EV infrastructure. I think POCSL is working on that as well. They have published code on how to establish the charging stations. And then railway electrification is another area that we can focus on. How ready is our system for electrification? How much are we ready? So daytime solar can be effectively utilized to fill the valleys in the demand curve, but it's also a good way to emissions reduction, because you know, if you are using petroleum or gas or other fuel, it also contributes to the gases like emissions. So we can reduce that as well. And it's efficient. Most electric motors are very efficient when it comes compared to the diesel engines, and the grid controllability will be improved if this system is implemented effectively. Some controversial ideas. So nuclear, I think even when the coal power plant was proposed and being established in the country, there was a lot of public dissatisfaction and fear regarding that. But the technology has improved, and some countries are clearly making use of it. So there is a new technology, small modular reactors, some area we can focus. So if we want a carbon-free baseload power to complement the varying renewable resources, so the renewable energy is changing. It's not constant. So then SMR is a good solution to think of. I have just uploaded a picture there to show the comparison between the previous, like legacy nuclear plants and the SMR. It's smaller, so it's small in size, and the design is safer. It has been designed in a safe way. So there are capacities up to 300 megawatt from 50 megawatt. Compact and incremental capacity additions. They are highly reliable and they can provide continuous 24/7 clean energy supply. But we also have to focus again if we are bringing that on the policy, and I am aware that the policy is being developed, and it has to be civic nuclear power, not the nuclear power that you use when you're going to war, but civic nuclear power. And there has to be an independent regulator for that, for nuclear only, aligned with the International Atomic Energy Agency's safety standards. And there has to be siting and grid studies. So whatever project that comes, there has to be proper siting and grid studies, so we can locate it in an optimal location where it won't disturb or cause any unnecessary effects to the public. Then it will also contribute to capacity building and public engagement. As you can see, like the green jobs, there will be capacity building, like people can work there and learn from there. And financing partnership models have to be defined as well in the policy. So finally, my recommendations are we have to bridge the policy implementation gaps. There are policies, there can be made policies, but implementing that is the real challenge, so the policymakers can work on that and ISL can support in that as well. The cross-disciplinary collaboration has to be fostered. So not only engineers, the lawmakers, the accountants, everyone who is involved in this sector has come forward and supporting improving it, as well as actionable insights have to be provided. So ISL is always there for that. And we have to work on reinforcing confidence in the investors, because that's what I think we have lost in the near past. So finally, my message for the policymakers, I don't know whether they are here. So for a unified vision, you need unified action for energy security in our country. So let's build Sri Lanka's sustainable energy future together. Thank you.
Engineering is more than structures and machines. It is the backbone of national growth. From the buildings we live and work in, to the roads, railways, ports, and airports that connect us to the world, engineering drives development and trade. In building construction, Sri Lanka has achieved remarkable progress. Yet challenges remain: rising costs, outdated practices, and environmental concerns. The future demands innovation, sustainable building materials, smart construction technologies, and resilient designs that stand the test of time. Transportation is the lifeline of economic activity. At present, Sri Lanka's transport networks face congestion, inefficiency, and dependency on fossil fuels. The future must be different. Engineers must pioneer greener, faster, and smarter transport systems, integrating road, rail, air, and sea to unlock mobility for all. And at the heart of international trade lies engineering. Ports, airports, and logistics infrastructure are built and maintained by engineers. The systems that track, store, and move goods are engineered to global standards. To strengthen Sri Lanka's position in international trade, we must invest in world-class logistics, digital trade platforms, and resilient supply chains, all shaped by engineering expertise. The National Engineering Conference 2025, organized by the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka, is where these critical issues are addressed. Here, experts and leaders come together to craft policy directives, guiding the nation towards sustainable construction, modern transportation, and globally competitive trade. Through engineering, Sri Lanka can build stronger cities, move faster across borders, and trade smarter with the world. Together, we can engineer the nation's future.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that introduction, we are now ready to move into the next segment, where we will be focusing on the construction sector. Our next speaker is Engineer Mangala Silva. He is a distinguished professional in the construction industry and the director, co-founder of Synergo Consultants Private Limited. He contributes to higher education and professional development through his roles as council member of the University of Moratuwa and the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka. In addition, he serves as a board director of the Industrial Development Board and a board member of the Faculty of Engineering Technology at the University of Vocational Technology. This reflects his strong commitment to advancing engineering practice, education, and industrial development in Sri Lanka. Today, he will be speaking to us about current issues as well as development proposals for the Sri Lankan construction industry. With this introduction, let's welcome our speaker on stage. Put your hands together for Engineer Mangala Silva.
Thank you very much, Trishma, for your nice introduction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to talk a few minutes about an industry which had 7% or more than that to contribution to the GDP of the country until year 2019. So we have given so many proposals, but due to the time constraints, I'm going to talk only about 5 proposals, and I'm going to elaborate only 5 sectors. Our first proposal is to restart the foreign funded projects again. Of course, we all know that with the current crisis, the country's economic crisis, it was suspended or terminated 100 projects. Due to the same decision, according to the data available, 5,000 contractors were adversely affected, 50,000 construction industry professionals were adversely affected, and more than 500,000 direct construction sector workers were affected. So, my dear policymakers, please think about it. I know although I'm telling it about, during last 1 month, they started few projects at Torrington and Narayanpet, a few building projects there started again. In a similar way, please think about restarting the balance projects as well, because according to our data, more than 100 projects were terminated. Next one, of course, sometimes most of you may be familiar with this photograph. This is the failure of the famous Central Expressway bridge beam. There were so many investigations done, but whatever they said and done, we all know that this has happened due to the sudden suspension of this type of project. So therefore, but we all know, when we are talking about foreign funded projects, Sri Lankan government input will be only the taxes and the project management unit costs. So without much effort, I believe Sri Lankan government can restart this type of projects, because we all know that the infrastructure is one of the most important sector when we're talking about the construction industry. Then the second one, promote investors to penetrate to the construction sector and implement the projects in responsible way. We all know there are so many investors are willing to come to Sri Lanka and start building construction, maybe of course the infrastructure projects, but there are so many red tapes. It is true that government started one-stop shops and online approval process, but still we all know with all the efforts, still most of the projects are dragging. So the approval granting process is, it's too lengthy. So please try to, of course, I'm not on blaming the politicians, but we all know most of our own engineers are in this location, in these fields and in these organizations. Today, if somebody is going to take the approvals, they have to go for 16 or more than that organizations. So most of the those government organizations were headed by engineers. So please think about it, how to expedite this process. The other one, this is for the policymakers. When investors comes, please try to adopt PPP models rather than asking the money for the land price at the upfront. Then it will be really difficult. So please think about PPP model, and rather than asking money at front. The next one is introduce regulation for banks to monitor the financial management in properly development projects through a dedicated escrow account per project. Because, of course, I can see we have the chairman of the relevant organization. We all know how much of issues are with us with this most of the building projects. So the developers are promised to give the apartments at time, but they are not doing it, and the quality is very much lower. So please think about it. Next one, promote good quality construction materials and product for local and international markets. According to the data, until year 2002 to 2018, we have been spending $77.2 US for to imported building materials. Why can't we do this type of things inside the country? I have seen most of the time our BOQs, when our engineers are preparing specifications, they are telling that we should use, sometimes they said country of origin should be Japan or else Europe. It is our engineers, those who are putting good quality materials and products to our own projects. Please think about it. I know most of you are so much worried about the audit queries and other things, but unless we as engineers going to take risks and trying to allow our own contractors to put local materials, who else will do it? So, of course, we have a lot of organizations, we have a lot of universities, there are a lot of laboratories where we have SLS marks and so many things. Most of the time, when someone brings a report regarding a material or whatever it is, it's very simply we said reject. But we never think, how can we give a comment or else, how can we support to this type of suppliers, Sri Lankan suppliers and producers to enhance their quality and put their own products into the local market and the construction industry. Please think about it. Actually, again, I don't know how many of you are aware about it. I'm not doing any marketing, but about 2 weeks ago, we have seen this Melva, Sri Lankan company, enters to Canadian construction industry, and they exported 15,000 metric tons. We all know now as a country, we are not harnessing steel, though we said we did it 2,500 years ago, and there are so much of good quality technology available in the other countries, but still, we as Sri Lanka, as local companies, can compete, can penetrate into the foreign markets. Whereas sometimes our own engineers are not allowing to put those materials for local projects, right? So please think about it next time before you just reject the local material from the suppliers, how to develop those things. Actually, let's motivate construction sector to specify products as country of origin should be Sri Lanka instead of going for Europe or Japan. Please think about it. Fourth one, safeguard the local construction industry with appropriate tax policy. The building that you have seen on the left-hand side is now it's under the construction of in Hambantota Harbour. I don't know how many of you are aware about it. That entire building came from the other country, and only the foundation construction was done by a local contractor. So what is wrong? On the left-hand side, at the same time, you can see a building. It's on Ability paper mills, constructed in 1978, still functioning in a good condition. So can you see the difference? The left-hand side, when we allow, this is regarding of course, there's a big issue in the tax policy. When we are going with the wrong tax policy, most of the investors are going to bring the buildings or the structures and just going to mount it. So this will have, so most of the contractors and the construction industry sector professionals lose their opportunities. And also I know sometimes as engineers, we are also motivated to do this type of things because as soon as we saw a huge span, we go for steel, right? Then when we are costing, we think about bringing from other countries. So why can't we do that type of building? If my memory is correct, it's 1978. I think this building was done by a government construction organization. But now we are not using that technology because sometimes we as engineers, we love to go for steel buildings, right? Steel components. Sometimes we are a bit reluctant to do post-tension designs. But if we can really replace this type of steel buildings with concrete and post-tension works, it's really worth, it will be a great help to the country's construction industry. Next one, unfortunately, our Honorable Mr. Chatrang is not here. This is about the last one, talking about empower the construction industry through digital twin and smart technologies. We all know that the left-hand side, we are talking about, when you're talking about the construction, yes, this the left-hand side picture will come into our mind. But the entire world is now not towards that. Of course, when it's a construction, we need to do physically. But when you're talking about because of the scarcity of the resources and so many greener technologies ever demanding, we have to do a lot of planning and modeling. So basically, we all know that after COVID pandemic and other things, this entire world is shifting towards the digital economy and digitalized services. So most of the time, even now, most of our university system, we are teaching about this physical construction. Even when we are checking the competencies at the professional review exams at ISL also, we are much concentrating of traditional construction works, right? But those areas are now not profitable, and all our new generations are not much willing to go to the sites and do this type of things. Of course, there may be so many, it may be a little bit controversial, but we don't have any other option. Why not? We have to think, why not we create young engineers who can do this digital twin modeling and penetrate into the world construction market. Because we all know, if you are doing this type of thing, if you are going to create the construction engineers, those who are familiar with this BIM and other systems, they can give the services to the other countries' projects staying in Sri Lanka. They don't have to move. And also the profit margins are very much higher. According to the details available, I don't know how many of you are aware about it or not, more than 5,000 licensed softwares are available in Sri Lanka for BIM. They are practicing. Most of those engineers are not serving to the Sri Lanka, but they are serving to the other countries' construction projects. But of course, I believe we can very easily increase this one. So actually, I want to discuss about this government policy on softwares, because we all know this, most of the Sri Lanka is not a very rich country, and most of our engineers are struggling to buy these softwares. So I want to concentrate on this matter. It is really good if the construction industry, the policymakers can think about providing softwares for the local construction industry professionals at a lower prices. Please concentrate on this one. And also assist entrepreneurs who are willing to work in new fields in civil engineering, because we have to motivate. From ISL, I know I'm also responsible to certain extent as council members. I believe that ISL should think about, when you're doing this, fixing the goals for the professional review interviews and other professional review processes, please think about it, how to assess the competencies in these new areas. Same thing, I hope you have seen this right-hand side picture. පසුගිය වසර 3කදී ලංකාව විමල ඉංජිනේරුවන් 20%කට කටින් ගිහින්. So if we can create engineers who can work physically here but digitally represent them at other countries' projects, it will be really great. So we can motivate Sri Lankan engineers to earn more while staying in Sri Lanka. I believe, if we can do it, we can stop these people going out of the country. ඉතින් අපි දන්නවා හැමෝම කතා කරන්නේ පොහොසත් රටක් ලස්සන ජීවිතයක් ගැන. So if we really want to create, we should allow our engineers to earn money while staying in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Engineer Mangala Silva for sharing with us your perspectives in the construction industry. We now move on from construction to transportation, and our next presentation will be about policy directives for transport provision. Allow me to introduce our speaker to you. Engineer Sunet Salavavedana graduated as a civil engineer from the University of Peradeniya in 2004. He subsequently obtained a Master of Engineering in Highway and Traffic Engineering from the University of Moratuwa in 2011. He also holds an advanced diploma in information technology from the University of Colombo, complementing his dual expertise in civil engineering and information technology. With this rare interdisciplinary background, he has been instrumental in digitalizing the highway design sector of Sri Lanka. He's a professionally qualified chartered engineer with 3 prestigious engineering institutions: the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, the Institution of Civil Engineers London, and the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation UK. He's among the very few professionals to hold fellowships from all 3 bodies. In addition, he's a fellow of the British Computer Society, the Chartered Institute for IT, and has been conferred with the lifelong fellowship of the Institution of Chartered Professional Managers of Sri Lanka in recognition of his exceptional contributions to both civil engineering and IT. Currently serving as Deputy Director in both the Highway Design Division and the Information Systems and Network Management Division of the Road Development Authority, he leads digital transformation initiatives within Sri Lanka's largest infrastructure organization. He's registered as an international professional engineer in the UK section, and he contributes actively to academia as a resource person of IESL, as an invited lecturer, a reviewer, a Viva panelist at the University of Moratuwa and the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. He played a pivotal role in major highway design projects, including Sri Lanka's maiden expressway network, and he serves as the industry representative for the Erasmus project, which aims to integrate smart transport curricula into local universities. With over 2 decades of experience, he is widely recognized as a leading figure in highway design and a pioneer in digitalization of Sri Lanka's transport infrastructure sector. With this introduction, let's welcome our speaker on stage. Put your hands together for Engineer Sunet Salavavedana.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, President IESL, and the conference chair, and the distinguished guest. I'm going to talk about policy directives for transport provision for Sri Lanka. Now, transport. When it comes to transport, you know, it's like our one of the major sectors in engineering, and it is just like our neural network of the body. If we have a healthy neural network, we know we can very nicely work and do all these things, but only thing is, if this neural system is going to fail, we cannot work, and that is what has happened to most of these developing countries. So we are going to speak about a new policy. Why new policy? Because you know there is over-dependence on road transport in Sri Lanka, and then underutilized rail. The major problem, one of the major problems, is rising emissions and energy imports, urban congestion and road deaths, climate risk and unsustainable patterns. So these are the things that we rarely speak. So our policy objectives is to promote modal shift to sustainable modes, improve access and inclusivity, reduce emissions and energy use, integrate land use and mobility, modernize governance and funding. So if we are going to speak about the Sri Lanka transport today, so you can see that there is a map showing the Sri Lanka transport, and this is the modal share of the Western Province. Now you can see the buses are having the larger share. It is 37% something, and others you can see. So road is 90% of passenger and freight movement, and rail is 5%. So this is kind of a pathetic situation. So we are going to discuss about sustainable transport. What is sustainable? Now, first of all, what is sustainability? Sustainability is something that now if I speak about sustainable transport is transport systems designed to meet present mobility needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet them. So sustainability is having 3 pillars: environmental, social, and economic. So the core principles of sustainable transport, it is efficient use of resources, and then there should be low environmental impact, and social inclusiveness and accessibility, and long-term economic viability. So if we are going to decide on a sustainable transport, these things should be there. So why sustainability matters? That is our next question. So we are always talking about sustainability, but why? Why it matters? Now you know the transport contributes to 25% of global CO2 emissions, carbon dioxide emission. So the biggest share is having with the road transport. And then if we say these IPCC findings, that Intercontinental Panel of Climate Change, warming of approximately 1.1 since pre-industrial times, and urgent need to halve emissions by 2030 to limit warming to 1.56. Now, I don't have a lot of time, but one thing I have to tell you is that if we are not going to do this, you know it becomes irrevocable. It becomes irrevocable. So that means the planet is not going to be suitable for human habitation. So according to the Paris Agreement, global commitment to keep warming well below 20 centigrade. So that is why that developed countries like UK and the Europe, they are going for net zero. Then what are the Sri Lanka's climate and energy challenge? So when it comes to climate, you know it is frequent floods, landslides, coastal erosion, storms and droughts, rising temperatures, and threatening agriculture and infrastructure. So we have energy challenges like heavy dependence on imported fossil fuels and fuel price volatility. So we don't produce them here in Sri Lanka, so our scarce foreign reserves, forex, is going out. Then when it comes to transport link, it is the major fuel consumer. Urgent need to improve energy efficiency. So you know we are always depending on the fuel, fossil fuels, not thinking about solar and things. And when it comes to urbanization, urbanization is rapidly growing in Sri Lanka. So we expect by 2030, 50% of the whole population will be urban. So this is understood with Colombo metropolitan, that region is leading, and we have Kandy, Galle, Jaffna, Kurunegala. Now maybe you might have seen some 20 years back, the congestion was only in Colombo and maybe in Kandy. But today, when you go around the country, you know everywhere it is congestion. So that is this much urbanized. So we have emerging urban corridors like Colombo Kandy, Colombo Galle, Northern Province, like that. And regional cities are growing. And one unfortunate thing is we don't plan cities. They are developing on their own, and they are just spreading urban scrolling. So mobility challenges, rise in private vehicle ownership. So the major problem why the private vehicle ownership is there, because we don't have a proper public transport and limited public and unmotorized transport. So public health and liability. So we know with the transport we have air pollution, road accidents, and noise pollution. And if we consider social equity, so the transport is important to ensure access for all, children, elderly, disabled. So that is an inclusive society connected with transport. Improve affordable public transport, strengthen walking and cycling. And livable cities, green spaces, safe streets, these things we have to consider when it comes to transport planning. So there are some there are some factors of economic transport like trade and connectivity, tourism sector, rural development, and job creation and investment. So these are the things that we want to model with the transport policy. So if we go to current transport infrastructure in Sri Lanka, so there are some key expressways, Southern, Central, Katnayaka, and roads are A-class, B-class, rural roads. And what are the challenges? These are congestion on major routes, lack of capacity in rural and regional roads, maintenance issues on older roads. So if we speak about railways, it is pathetic. It is existing railway network over 150 years old. So some people call Sri Lankan railways like a museum of railways. So we haven't improved them. Track and roll institute, frequent breakdowns, inefficiencies, and one thing, although this is out of the scope, one problem is that we are trying to keep it as a government entity where when the government is not having enough funds to improve. And limited electrification, that is again the major problem, so we don't have funds. Then Colombo Suburban Railway project, so this was a good project. It hoped to upgrade and expansion of suburban rail network, but it was abruptly stopped. Then challenges are funding and investment, land acquisition and urban integration. Then public transport, so we have Sri Lanka Transport Board, private buses. So what are the challenges? Our challenges are there is no integration. So SLTB is having their own vehicle fleet and the private buses have their own vehicle fleet. There is no integration, and there is no integration with the railway. And inconsistent schedules, buses are often overcrowded, unreliable timing, limited coverage, and poor infrastructure. So the improvements potentials are integrated ticketing systems. Like, so you have one ticket that you can use for the private bus, CTB bus, and then the rail and things, better scheduling and improved infrastructure. So non-motorized transport. So I have my own ideas about non-motorized transport, but only thing what I think is if we can promote this, that is good. But the problem is how to promote this. So importance of it, because it is walking and cycling, it is affordable, healthy, eco-friendly, reduce traffic conditions, sustainability. And challenges in Sri Lanka is missing sidewalks. So there is no safe path for the bicyclists to go, no dedicated bike lanes, unsafe crossings. So what are the potential improvements? Invest in sidewalk infrastructure, introduce bike lanes, pedestrian safety measures, etc. Then we have underutilized waterways, potential for reducing road congestion. Now, there was a proposal to have some boat service from Hangwalla to Colombo along Kalani River. So if we can have this kind of proposals and if we can implement this, most of this congestion will be gone. Then we have two key ports, Colombo and Hambantota. The challenges are undeveloped inland waterways, port congestion and logistic bottlenecks. So let's look into global best practices and lessons. Now this is cycling city in Netherlands and Copenhagen. Now you can see that this is a map of Netherlands with bicycle routes. So how many bicycle lanes are there? So there is a cycling culture, and the policy is government investment in safe, accessible cycling networks. That is in Netherlands. In Copenhagen, it is called the world's most bike-friendly city. Then there is integrated transport. That means if you go by bicycle, you can stop it at the railway station and then you can get the train and go. The policy is citywide initiative to promote cycling. Our key takeaways here is comprehensive networks and supportive policies are essential. Cycling culture thrives when infrastructure and safety are prioritized. Then in many developed countries, we have the smart public transport. Now, as an example, Singapore and Hong Kong, they have EasyLink and SimplyGo, the tickets, the real-time info that I think you might have seen that in their bus stops, there is this real-time info is displayed. So you can just take the bus. You can take an informed decision. Hong Kong, they have Octopus card and real-time updates. So our key takeaway is integrate payments and real-time info improve efficiency and convenience. Then the countries like Japan, China and India, they have heavily invested on trains. So like Shinkansen, pioneering high-speed rail system, electrification, extensive network of electric trains. China also, that is the world's largest high-speed rail network, covering over 40,000 kilometers. Electrification, most trains are electric, reducing emissions. Now India, I think, which has the widest rail network in the world, they have also heavily invested in railway, dedicated freight corridors and high-speed rail projects like. So our key takeaway here is high-speed rail and electrification are key to modernizing and making rail travel faster and greener. Then electric mobility. So this is regarding EVs. Now, of course, we are having some EVs, but the problem is we haven't given them tax incentives or anything. So their prices are very high. So we have to go for such things like incentives. And we don't have the charging infrastructure. So if we are going out of Colombo, we face that problem, where to charge. So we have to plan that in advance. But if I have a petrol car, I can go anywhere in the country without planning. So these are the problems that we are having here. So we have to invest on this infrastructure. Then in India, that's Norway also, they have incentives and charging infrastructure. India, again, they have incentives and charging infrastructure. So the key takeaway here is government incentives and charging infrastructure are crucial for EV adoption. Then another very important thing is transit-oriented development. So that means we have to build cities. Now, if we are going to consider it, you see that if you consider Sri Lanka, it is like a whole city or whole village. If you start from Colombo, if you go to Jaffna, then from Colombo to Jaffna, everywhere it is urbanized or something like that. So everywhere people are living. But you know, in developed countries, it is not like this. There is a city, then there is either the jungle or the farms or whatever, and there is another city. So everything is put into one place. Then this transit-oriented development is easy, and it is easy to provide transport. So these things that we have to think. I don't see we are thinking like that. So what happens is everywhere the buildings are mushrooming, and now maybe if we started 50 years back, it is easy, but if we don't start now, we will not be able to do it in another 50 years. So the benefits are like lower emissions, vibrant communities, and better access like that. So specific challenges faced in Sri Lanka, institutional fragmentation. So there are multiple agencies overlapping roles like RDA, SLTB, UDA. There is no coordination. And disconnected polities, inefficient use of resources, missed opportunities for integration. Then we need better interagency collaboration. And financial constraints due to the debt crisis limits government's ability to invest. Competing priorities, so government cannot just spend on health and transport alone. They have other priorities like health, education, and limited transport budgets. So maybe we'll have to go for innovative finance and PPP, international funding, green bonds, such as that. Then land use and enforcement. So we are having narrow transport corridors. Encroachment by informal settlements, like you know, people are coming to sell their products here on the road, leads to congestion, safety risks. So we have to have fair relocation, better urban planning and enforcement. Then public behavior, strong preference for private vehicles. This is no wonder because private vehicles are the comfortable ones. We don't have comfortable buses here or the trains. So safety issues, poor road discipline, jaywalking, speeding, lack of helmet, seat belt use. So we have to have public education campaigns, incentives for sustainable choices. Then maintenance as resilience, poor asset management, deteriorating roads, bridges, railways, so we don't have money to do the proper maintenance. Inadequate maintenance budgets and climate vulnerability. So with this climate change now, floods and landslides are very frequent, so we don't have budgets to improve them as soon as they happen. So we'll have to go for proactive maintenance, climate residual design, and better data systems. So what is our vision and opportunities? So we can think of green expresses like solar lighting, then rainwater harvesting, intelligent transport system, traffic monitoring and electronic tolling, and rail and bus modernization. So we can have electric buses, metro LRT systems, suburban rail upgrades, shift passengers from private vehicles to sustainable public transport. So we have to think how the people who are using the cars will shift into the public transport. So what should we do to get that happen? And promoting non-motorized transport and inclusive mobility like sidewalk improvements, dedicated cycling lanes, disability-friendly design. So our benefits are healthier cities, reduced emissions, and social inclusion. Then other thing is digital and smart mobility, e-ticketing systems, mobile apps, data-driven planning. Outcome is the smarter, more efficient user-friendly transport. So digitalization is also one part of the transport. Now, we cannot only talk about transportation without the digitalization. We propose a roadmap, so short term, 1 to 2 years, improve public transport integration, enhance road safety and maintenance, develop NMT infrastructure, sidewalks, bike lanes, medium term goals, 3 to 5 years, implement electric buses and suburban rail upgrades, expand smart transport systems, promote green expressways with solar lighting, and then the long term is develop metro LRT systems for major cities, achieve sustainable transport with EVs and low emission roads, and then foster public-private partnerships for infrastructure. So as engineers, we have to advocate for this roadmap, or of course this is just a skeleton of a roadmap, so we can discuss and then improve this. So the call to action is collaborate, innovate and invest in sustainable transport solutions for a greener, more connected Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Engineer Sunet Salavavidana for sharing with us your perspectives on policy directives for transport provision. We're now moving into international trade, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker will enlighten us about trade liberalization under FTAs, IESL's perspective. Allow me to introduce our speaker to you. Engineer Suran Fernando obtained his BSc Honours degree in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Moratuwa in 2002. He is a chartered engineer in the field of Building Services Engineering. He has been a member of the IESL Council since 2018-19 and currently serves as the Honorary Secretary of the Council. He was chairman of the Building Services Engineering Sectional Committee during 2018-2019 and 2019-2020 sessions. In addition, he is a council member of the Engineering Council of Sri Lanka, representing IESL. Engineer Fernando is also editor of the IESL newsletter, Sri Lanka Engineering News. He serves as chairman of the National Engineering Heritage Forum of IESL and as chairman of the FTA subcommittee appointed by the council. Currently, he is employed as the Director of Facilities Management at the Sri Lanka Institute of Information Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now welcome on stage Engineer Suran Fernando.
Thank you. After construction, transportation, now we are in international trade, somewhat unfamiliar topic to engineers. So it's IESL perspective on trade liberalization under free trade agreements. Yeah. Is it connected to engineering? Why international free trade agreements are matter to IESL? Let us discuss under trade in services and trade in goods. First thing, cross-border mobility of engineers. If we are going to have a trade agreement with services, the main thing we are looking at is to have cross-mobility of engineers. We want to get good quality engineers with skills that are not available in Sri Lanka to the Sri Lankan industry, and as well as we need to go abroad and work there in temporary basis and do good quality jobs and obtain foreign revenue. So then recognition of qualifications and licensing, that is very critical for engineers. And increased competition and market access. This is very vital because due to trade agreements, competition will be increased, that will increase the quality of everything, and market access can be achieved. Next thing, safeguard professional standards. That is very vital for in the engineering aspect. So under trade in goods, why? Once again, international FTAs matter to IESL. First thing, export promotion. Because Sri Lanka is currently, and even few years ago, undergoing a serious economic crisis. And the main thing we require is foreign exchange. So for that, our way of doing things, getting those currency from foreign debts. But the best thing is the foreign income through exports. So that matters to engineers, and engineers have a bigger stake in that. And also, in the current scenario, the foreign trade will happen not from one country to another country. Several countries are involved in manufacturing and distribution of a particular product, maybe a mobile phone, maybe a vehicle. So that global value chains, we have to integrate into the global value chains if we want to develop Sri Lanka as a good country. Then standards and safety compliances. When goods sector is considered, that is very vital. Trade agreements will help to improve those. Technology transfer is one of the key things that we can obtain through free trade agreements. Therefore, engineers have a bigger role in free trade agreements. So this is the ISL engagement level in FTA alternatives. We actively participated in stakeholder consultations on free trade agreements since 2015, maybe 10 years ago, for a period of more than 10 years. And we have submitted ISL recommendation on multiple free trade agreements, contributed recommendations to the Presidential Committee appointed to probe into the Sri Lanka-Singapore trade agreement. And we organized joint initiatives including press conferences in collaboration with other professional associations. We did a comprehensive research and produced a report to the government on ACE sectors. ACE means architecture, construction, and engineering, analyzing the potential impacts of proposed India-Sri Lanka ICTA agreement last year. So, key consideration in trade liberalization. First, we have to consider, if we are going for free trade agreements is one of the good tools that we can use for the economic development if you are expecting a rapid growth in a country. But we have to follow the correct procedure. First, we have to define the scope and the extent of the liberalization. That is the goods and depth of the tariff. Those are the things that we need to consider initially, because we have to understand what we are going to do. Then we have to select the best suitable trading partner, the counterpart country that will serve that purpose. So for that, strategic economic alignment should be there. Market access opportunities should be decided. Then we have to choose the liberalization strategy. The easiest methodology is unilateral liberalization. This is with lesser risk, and we can, even under the BOI, we can give concessions to the other countries to get what we want. And even then after, we can go for the multilateral trade liberalization. Maybe we have signed several agreements and several attempts to go into several agreements as well. Then the third mode is the bilateral agreements with another counterpart country. But this is a very effective one as long as we follow the correct methodology and correct strategy. But if not, this will be a worse strategy. But the issue in Sri Lanka is we are starting from the bottom to top. We are trying to have a bilateral agreement, then looking at what are the scopes we can find, how is the extent, what sort of extent we can go. So first we'll discuss about this trade in services. Service sector is the backbone of the Sri Lankan economy, which is responsible for 60% of the GDP. So A sector, that is architecture, construction, and engineering. That is what we are concerned here. ICT, telecommunication, education, all are related to engineering. Key considerations here are we have to have a balanced liberalization, because when free trade agreements are negotiated, we are compromising something and getting something else. So we have to have that reciprocal balance to get maximum benefit. So benefit versus risk, we have to manage very well. There are a few modes under GATS agreement. Mode 1 is cross-border supply. So we are getting a service from elsewhere. And consumption abroad, somebody can go to a different country and get the service and come back. It's like tourism. Commercial presence, we can have a separate office in a different country, and another country can have a partner company here and operate. The mode 4, it's the presence of natural persons. People can go to a different country temporarily and work there and obtain a salary or do a business there. So these are the things, the ways that free trade agreements operate. So for that, we have to have regulatory preparedness. ECSL Act is there to register foreign professionals in Sri Lanka. CEDA Act is also relevant, and accreditation of professionals. So we have to, for that we have to learn from our past FTAs, because we are sacrificing our MFN, that is the existing criteria safeguards for the preferential concessions. The current context, we have to understand the current context when we are dealing with this free trade agreement. Sri Lanka-Singapore Free Trade Agreement signed in 2018. We have done a detailed study and found that no additional benefits beyond pre-FTA status. It is an unfortunate thing. Sri Lanka-Thailand Free Trade Agreement signed in 2024. Minimal additional benefits compared to pre-FTA status. Now we are negotiating Sri Lanka-India Free Trade Agreements, ICTA. That is under negotiation. Hardly any observable benefits so far. Negotiators state it's not detrimental. So why is that? If we are going to do a business with somebody else, definitely we have to have some kind of a benefit. We will not say that it is not harmful to us. That is the argument they are bringing, other than faint speculations. So this is the reality. We discussed this with the negotiator and studied these agreements. So this is extracted from the agreement. Don't try to understand everything, those are in the FTA jargon. But what I want to highlight is Sri Lankan schedule, there's nothing mentioned related. This is the schedule of the engineering services. Nothing mentioned, but only the FTA jargon. But in the Thailand agreement, the Council of Engineers, Thailand, is mentioned. And also, a licensed engineer in Thailand is mentioned. So those are the things that they have given to their agreement after studying. But without any consultation with the relevant bodies, our agreements are in this level. So under the same Thailand agreement, you can see under construction, those are the areas that we have liberalized. You can see the entire construction landscape is there. But this is the schedule of the commitments between Sri Lanka's Thailand agreement under construction. At the bottom, you can see Thailand, it is unbound for civil engineers. You can have civil engineers from Sri Lanka to Thailand. That is the inbuilt protection in Thailand. But when it comes to ASEAN, Thailand agreement. They have negotiated to remove that, and they have, for their benefit, that additional benefit was obtained. But Sri Lanka, even nobody knows that there's some kind of mention about this. And even the top one, it's CPC 512. Don't go into detail, but that means it's a kind of a group. So we are liberalizing the entire group. But you can see the Thailand agreement. They are going to the subcategories and liberalize one by one. So that is the level of protection they have safeguarding, because they have done a detailed study. But what we are doing is somebody else is giving the document to us, and we are following the thing and trying to say that this is not detrimental. So this is FTA with Thailand construction. Mode 4 is open for construction. Constraints, civil engineers excluded, as I said. There is a language barrier. Examination conducts in Thai language. Those are not excluded in the agreement. So same things are there pre-FTA conditions. No mutual recognitions. No Washington got full signatory status with Thailand. No international professional engineer member under IPEA. So we can't get additional benefits. So what we are having is the same things that we get without having a trade agreement. So challenges in these agreements: ambiguity in ownership of and equity rules. This, when we are having these entities, so the ownership is not well defined. So because these things come into play after several years, so I think those are the things we need to consider. And specialists, there's a category called specialists that is not defined. Even somebody with 5 years, 10 years experience can define his name and work there. Risk of manpower supplies, replacing investments, barriers in foreign markets. So this is the ICTA SWOT analysis we did. So those are the things that ISL should do and propose to the government. Recommendations: strengthen the negotiation framework and promote offensive interest. We have to get things from agreements. ICT, tourism, niche engineering areas, we have to have safeguards. Institutional strengthening, legal reforms, enhance negotiation capacity, and negotiate investment chapter to attack, regulate FDIs. Because at the consultation meeting, we participated under ISL in 2024. Under ICTA agreement, the chief negotiator specifically said India wanted to remove the investment chapter from the agreement. So we are expecting investments, but they wanted to remove the chapter. Then trade in goods. So FTA impact on tariffs, that is very much important. Next thing is rules of origin. That is not a concern for our community because our traders won't look at that. So those are the criteria that engineers need to concern. Key sectors are chemicals, pharmaceuticals, machinery, textile, agriculture. Those are the previous ones. So Singapore-Sri Lanka Free Trade Agreement. Almost all exports were already duty-free prior to FTA. So that is the sad situation. No additional benefits gained beyond pre-existing concessions. Sri Lanka-Thailand Free Trade Agreement. No additional benefits compared to pre-FTA status. 50% of the Sri Lankan export to Thailand are gems, already tax-free. So that is before the free trade agreement. 30% of Thailand imports already duty-free for Sri Lanka, even before the agreement. So this is the sacrifice we did. We have excluded all these taxes. So this is what Singapore did for us. They have printed the same list that they have given free of tax-free for the entire world. They have printed the same list and given as what they are giving in return. So Singapore Ministry of Trade and Industry explained it in this way. Sri Lanka will eliminate tariffs in Singapore exports on 80% of all tariff lines into and the potential tariff saving of about USD 10 million each year. So that is without any trade deflection. As soon as they sign the agreement, the difference will be USD 10 million. So the rules of origin, that is the last thing. It's a very serious thing for the engineering community. So that means if the country A is having a trade agreement with B, and B is having another trade agreement C, but A doesn't have an agreement with C, but still C can send goods to A because if the rules of origin, that criteria is the criteria that that says the economic nationality of a product. So it was designed to prevent the deflections from the other countries. So it is very critical. So this is the summary of the analysis we did under our committee. So in simple, there are 3 criteria. Like logic gates, there are O and AND. So with that, you can understand the Costa Rica has the weakest agreement, rules of origin because 3 criteria are connected with O. And you can see the first one, Sri Lanka is having second weakest. So that is what engineers need to go there and make the change. So this is the rules of origin criteria, very simple. If the country is producing first the entire thing in the same country, that is included as the originated from that country. Second one, product-specific rules. Sri Lanka does not consider that part because our traders are not having any concern regarding that one. Third one is local value addition and change in HS code. This is the one our traders are having concerns. So Sri Lankan negotiators also deals with that. But the issue is, if we want to make Sri Lanka a developed country, the product-specific rules, the importance is that in future, in after 10 years, in after 20 years, we can't do that because these are the engineering goods, chemicals, paints, petroleum-based, machinery, biomedical, pharmaceutical, fertilizer. You can't get those from the other countries because you have given a concession to a single country. At this moment, you won't feel that because it's today, but after 10 years, 20 years, you will feel that you can't develop this country as an industrial country. So this is the MTI, once again, Industrial Singapore interpretation. Sri Lanka SSL FTA also contains one of the most liberal rules of origins, which allow more exports from Singapore to qualify for the lowest tariff. That means one of the most liberal countries in the world, Singapore, saying Sri Lankan agreement has the most flexible liberal rules of the rules origin. So you can see how our negotiated work for the betterment of the country. So those are the key considerations. We have to have a balanced liberalization. Rules of origin, we have to have a better understanding and better strategy to prevent trade diversion. And we have to learn from our past FTAs. So the recommendations: strengthen negotiation framework through research and consultation. All the relevant parties to be considered for the consultation. Safeguards, we have to enforce strict rules and rules of origin, product-specific rules, balanced approach to be followed, institutional strengthening to be done. So the final key recommendations, we have to do a comprehensive stakeholder consultation. Currently, what they are doing is they are giving the progress updates, but not the consultations. Because consultation is that you have to give the draft document to professional associations and get their feedback with their expert knowledge. Through research, we have to do a research, serious research to before going for FTAs. Adapt cautious approach with liberalized economies. When we are having an agreement with a country like Singapore, those are trade hubs. They can send goods from the other countries under these free trade agreements. So we are getting 100 and we are getting 100 rupees and they are getting 1,000 rupees from the, since they are connected to the other countries. Develop national trade policy with a legal backing. We have to have a proper national trade policy. And implement regular monitoring and evaluation of outcomes. So if we are having serious concerns with these trade agreements, if ISL had a studied approach, so we continue that. So if the government requires that input from the ISL, I'm sure ISL is ready to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Engineer Suran Fernando for talking to us about trade liberalization under FTAs. We now move into chemical and petroleum industry of Sri Lanka. Allow me to introduce our speaker to you. Engineer Tissaliyanage is a chartered chemical engineer, and he passed out from the University of Moratuwa in 1990. He is former Deputy General Manager of Paranthan Chemicals Company Limited with 35 years of multidisciplinary experience in the chemical and process industry. He has experience in private as well as public sector in several industries, from base chemicals production to several other manufacturing sectors. He now works on low-cost energy options for heavy industries and chemical and process industries. Before he joins us up on stage, let's take a look at this next video.
Did you know that Sri Lanka's petroleum sector is the single largest economic sector of the country? Valued at nearly 2 trillion Sri Lankan rupees each year, the sector represents the single most significant driver of Sri Lanka's economy. But here's the paradox. This very same sector is also the biggest drain on our foreign currency, consuming nearly $3.5 billion every year just for imports. We currently need around 120,000 barrels of petroleum products per day to keep our transport, power and industries running. To solve this paradox and transform the industry for the next 25 years and beyond, the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, IESL, has developed a strategic blueprint titled The Way Forward for the Petroleum Industry of Sri Lanka for 25 years till 2050. Current challenges and economic vulnerability. The heart of the problem is our sole refinery at Sapu Gaskanda. At 55 years old, it's a critical lifeline, but it's an outdated one. It can only refine about 40,000 barrels of crude oil per day, which means we can only meet about 30% of our total petroleum demand. This old facility can't even produce modern, higher quality fuels like octane 95 petrol or super diesel, or meet Euro for standards. Because of this, we are forced to import the finished, high-value products we can't make ourselves. This cycle of dependency is what's draining our foreign reserves and creating a significant economic vulnerability. Strategic vision and proposed solutions. IESL has a bold vision for the future of the country's petroleum sector, recognizing that Sri Lanka's unique location on one of the world's busiest naval routes presents a strategic opportunity. While global demand for fossil fuels is projected to decline after 2035, domestic demand in Sri Lanka is expected to rise until at least 2045. The major tank farms and extensive pipeline networks operated by the CPC can be repurposed to store these new petrochemicals and next-generation marine fuels. By leveraging these assets, Sri Lanka has a golden opportunity to become a regional hub for petrochemical transshipment and marine bunkering, utilizing our strategic ports in Hambantota, Colombo and Trincomalee to meet future market demands. This plan aligns with the government's 2050 carbon net zero commitment, as any new infrastructure can be designed with a second life in the petrochemical sector. Beyond 2050, Sri Lanka's petroleum sector shall undergo a strategic transformation. Refineries shall transition from fuel production to the manufacture of high-value petrochemicals such as benzene, toluene, and xylene, along with polymers including polyethylene, polypropylene, and nylon. All petroleum sector developments shall be carefully planned with this in mind, ensuring coherence with the broader vision and strategic priorities. This transition shall transform the country's petroleum sector into a new frontier, positioning Sri Lanka as a key player in the global petrochemical supply chain. In line with this forward-thinking strategy, the Ceylon Petroleum Corporation, CPC, via its cabinet-appointed negotiation committee chairman, is now actively soliciting expressions of interest from experienced and reputable financial investors for the development and expansion of the Sapu Gaskanda oil refining complex. This action directly supports the IESL's vision by initiating the necessary infrastructure development for Sri Lanka's energy future. Implementation and financial strategy. So, what's the financial case for this? Upgrading our refinery is a strategic investment that offers a direct, quantifiable solution to our foreign exchange crisis. The IESL report estimates that we could achieve a refining margin of up to $16 per barrel. This single metric could translate to a staggering annual foreign exchange saving of between $438 million and $700 million. IESL proposes that a total refining capacity of 100,000 to 120,000 barrels per day would be the most economically viable option. The estimated investment is significant at around $2.5 billion, but the returns are immense. To fund this, there are three pragmatic options: floating the state-owned Ceylon Petroleum Corporation on the stock market, establishing a joint venture with a foreign partner, or securing funding directly from the General Treasury. Policy and security considerations. IESL's approach is both sophisticated and strategic. While welcoming foreign investors like Sinopec, we insist that the state-owned CPC must retain a reasonable stake in the industry. This two-pronged strategy ensures that Sri Lanka can attract new capital and technology for export markets while safeguarding its own energy security and economic control of the domestic market. Ultimately, this report isn't just about a refinery, it's about transforming a critical national sector. It's a clear, actionable path to shift Sri Lanka's petroleum industry from a source of vulnerability into a pillar of long-term economic prosperity and a new identity as a regional hub for energy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you have seen the video, actually the petroleum sector, the largest economic sector of the country, with around 2 trillion rupees market size. I mean, this is the largest, then second is power and electricity sector is the second largest. So you can visualize or you can think of the impact of petroleum sector on the economy of the country. So this is well understood by the governments, and considering the huge investment required, it has been delayed for so long. But I think the government now plans to planning for calling UI, expression of interest from investors for implementation, expansion or upgrading of the Sapu Gaskanda refinery. And also we propose the existing large infrastructures shall be in time to come, maybe getting obsolete with beyond 2045, it is estimated that beyond 2045, our petroleum demand, fossil fuel demand will decline in beyond 2045. So petroleum infrastructure shall be converted to petrochemical industry. That's what we propose in the video. Having said that about the petroleum industry, about the other chemicals sectors, I have presented this similar kind of presentation in the previous 2024 National Engineering Conference as well. The significance of local manufacturing resonates throughout the entire economy, as it plays a crucial role in reducing reliance on imported goods. Now actually we are largely, relying on import of industrial chemicals for the country. This is actually draining a lot of money. It is in the range of several hundred billion rupees are draining out of the country, because we are heavily relying on imported industrial chemicals for various industries. So we have identified 3 strategic sectors in the chemical and process industry to focus on over the next 5 years. Last year also, we, in the National Engineering Conference, we have stressed this importance from 2025 to 2029. We have identified 3 sectors to be promoted, investment. 3 strategic sectors that we have identified is petroleum sector, as we highlighted in the previous video, then base chemical and fertilizer sector, and mineral sector. So we need strategic investment in these 3 sectors. Investment opportunities in these 3 sectors in medium term for the 5 years from 2025 to 2029 shall be identified. Base chemical industry in Sri Lanka is at primary stage, and there is hardly any base chemical industry in Sri Lanka as of today. ISL has identified 3 base chemicals for development in the coming 5 years, from 2025 to 2029. These 3 chemicals will be building blocks for development of much needed industrial chemicals in the Sri Lankan industry. So these are the 3 chemicals that we have identified. Last year also we have highlighted these 3 chemicals: caustic soda, sulfuric acid, and ammonia. These are the base chemicals that we are, we propose to plan for the next 5 years from 2025 to 2029. Investment opportunities in the chemical industry. These 3 chemical industry will provide investment opportunities for private sector. At this juncture, there is little opportunity for our chemical industry become an export-oriented chemical industry, considering that, countries like China and India is having a massive chemical industry. So, at the start, we may not be able to focus on to export-oriented chemical industry, but there's huge potential for local manufacture of much-needed industrial chemicals. Because now some people say it is cheaper to import chemicals and various other stuff. Even rice, some people say importing from Thailand and China. But I don't believe in importing all this stuff. Of course, we have to import many things. We can't produce everything in Sri Lanka, but we can't rely on our economy on imported stuff. Tourism is there, but we need some local manufacturing base for sustainable economic growth of the country. So in the next round of development planning, we shall focus on mass production chemical industries, targeting foreign markets once we develop base chemical industry. Mineral-based industries. Potential for mineral-based industries in Sri Lanka identified and in discussion for a long time, like titanium dioxide extraction from ilmenite at Pulmade, then like fertilizer superphosphate production from Epaulet phosphate, then from silica and quartz. We have high quality silica and high quality quartz in Matal area. High quality silica in Nathandi area. So we can, promote these raw material for investment opportunities like solar panels and specialty glass, optical cables, and so on. And those are investment opportunities based on minerals in Sri Lanka. Of course, these are capital intensive industries, and Sri Lanka shall promote FDIs, or rather foreign direct investment, on these projects. However, due to lack of policy level commitment and various barriers to excavate the mineral resources, these projects are in hold for about 5 decades. As you know, these projects, like Epaulet phosphate, Pulmade mineral sands, titanium dioxide production, and so on. We have been talking for last almost 5 decades, but nothing happens. So ISL proposed to have a dialogue with the policy level in order to break these barriers and promote FDIs. I think if we start a dialogue with the policy level, there may be opportunity for getting foreign investment for these projects, for mineral value addition. Apart from these industries, I have not touched upon, I had to touch upon process industries in Sri Lanka. We need to strengthen process industries which are not classified into the above three categories, industrial categories. Now, from Sri Lankan context, there are several successful industrial sectors which can be categorized as process industries, like tire and rubber industry, ceramics and tile industry, cement industry, glass industry, dairy industry, sugar and ethanol industry. If you take the tire and rubber industry, it's a huge industry in Sri Lanka. There are 20 odd large-scale tire factories in Sri Lanka. Large-scale tire factories. So we are the leading tire manufacturer, solid tire manufacturer in the world with a world market share of about 60% we supply to the world. So, so it's a process industry where you need a lot of chemicals, industrial chemicals like carbon black and various other chemicals. So if we develop the, support industry for tire and rubber industry, like other industrial chemicals, there's again a huge industry. Then again, ceramic and tile industry is again, I would say, successful industry in Sri Lanka. Although not as large as tire and rubber industry, ceramic and porcelain and tile industry is also not doing bad. It's doing good. Although there are barriers, there are cost component, like energy is the main concern for ceramic and tile industry. So government has to consider the low-cost energy options for these industries. Especially now we are talking about the LNG, natural gas, for the last so many years. I think last year also, this year also, there have been discussion at CEB on setting up the LNG terminal, FSRU floating terminal. I don't know the status of the floating terminal as of today. And also there was a discussion during last chairman of CEB that to extend the natural gas pipeline from Kerala-Pitya to a Horana industrial park so that industries will be benefited. And also to promote an industrial park for ceramic and tile industry in Ingiriya. That was another plan with the Minister of Industry, and CEB also was in discussion, but it is not yet materialized. But we need LNG. There is a lot of controversy of this LNG, but the countries who has LNG are the winning countries. They have developed their industries. Although time to time LNG prices in the world market prices go up and down, but on a long term, LNG is definitely a benefit. Like Japan, Korea, and so on, they are getting benefit of LNG. So their industrialization or the industrial energies mainly come from LNG. So we need LNG. So we must opt for, pressurize the government to go for LNG terminal and the infrastructure, at least FSRU, lease-based FSRU proposed at Kerala-Pitya. Then cement industry also doing well, I would say, in Sri Lanka, although we are importing some maybe 60% of the cement requirement of the construction industry. Cement industry is not, doing well in Sri Lanka. Then glass industry, only one glass industry doing very well actually. They are doing very well. Pristine Glass at Horana. So they are doing very well. And there is potential for, they are making only the bottle glass, and there is a potential for sheet glass, like for construction industry. We are importing large amount of the float glass or the sheet glass. So we have not, identified this, we have not identified or rather thought about the sheet glass industry. We are exporting large quantity of quartz as well as high quality quartz as well as high quality silica to countries like Dubai, Japan and so on for production of high quality glass and solar panels and so on. So we can definitely promote to the foreign investors provided that we have low cost energy like natural gas in the country. And from the process industry, we have dairy industry also, a little bit of dairy industry, although it's quite small, but doing, I think, well. Even like Nestle and so on, multinational companies also doing okay. And then sugar and ethanol industry. Although we have a sugar industry, I think we have around 5 sugar plants, sugar factories right now. Most of plants manufacture ethanol also to meet the local demand. That's a big thing, otherwise we have to import ethanol for the local industry. So sugar industry, actually there's no potential for further expansion in my opinion. Now we are producing around 15% of the local demand of sugar, but we are importing most of sugar for the country's requirement. But I don't think there's a potential for expansion of the sugar industry for further, there's no, because it's a huge land requirement is there for sugar industry. So we have no more land we can afford to clear jungles or forests for sugar industry. It is cheaper to import sugar from Brazil or Indonesia rather than expanding sugar industry any further. So ISL invite the government to have a constant dialogue with ISL in order to make a successful revolution in the Sri Lankan industry to bring about an economic prosperity. With that, thank you very much. I think with limited time, I had to shortcut the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Engineer Tissa Lianage for sharing with us your perspective on the chemical and process industrial sector. We're now moving into the current needs in the water sector. Allow me to introduce our speaker to you. Engineer Janaki Meegastenna is a graduate of the University of Moratuwa and holds an MSc in Water Resources Management from IHE Delft, the Netherlands. She served the Irrigation Department of Sri Lanka for 31 years in various capacities, including Irrigation Engineer, Chief Engineer, Deputy Director, and Director of Irrigation, specializing in water management, drainage and flood systems, and riverine management. She retired in 2022 as Additional Director General of Irrigation, Construction and Development. Currently, she works as a short-term consultant to the World Bank and as a climate change specialist, water and irrigation with the Asian Development Bank. With this introduction, let's welcome her on stage. Put your hands together for Engineer Janaki Meegastenna.
Respected engineers, this is the last presentation in Dr. Laksiri's list, but I think this is not the least presentation. I am representing Water Forum members' vision under powerful theme of water as a strategic asset for Sri Lanka. Water as a strategic asset for Sri Lanka, more than a necessity. Water is a driver of socio-economic development, climate resilience, and environment sustainability. In addition to that, it is a life of nation's development. We have several challenges in water sector, despite good access, risk of scarcity grown due to climate variabilities, uneven distribution among the provinces, pollution, and the governance gap. With integrated and innovative management, Sri Lanka endowment can drive food security, renewable energy, industry, tourism, ecological balance, protection of environment, and livelihood of millions. Then I'll move to the core value for water resources management. These core values are aligned with Sri Lanka National Water Policy 2023, Sustainable Development Goals, National Adaptation Plan 2030, National Determined Contribution, in addition to that, global best practices. We have to think about nature, innovative and modern technologies, access for all, for equitably affordable allocation for domestic agriculture industry, and we have to balance the environment also, and climate resilience and sustainability to enhance adaptive capacity for floods, drought, and climate variabilities. Then engineers' role. We are, as engineers, here lies our unique responsibility as engineers. We are not simply problem solvers. We are custodian of Sri Lanka water endowment. It is our role to design, innovate, and integrate solutions that guarantee sustainable water resources management, balance the supply and availability without complicated issues. It should be user-friendly for all beneficiaries and the stakeholders also. It is our role to drive efficiency effectively and productively in how water is stored, distributed, and used across every sectors, from agriculture to industry, from house to hydropower, from ecosystems to biodiversity. I would like to talk about 4 strategic aspects. First one is sustainable water supply, ensuring sustainable water supply and availability. Under that, 4 categories are there: integrated catchment protection, ecosystem management. We have to restore the watersheds and wetlands, village tank cascade system, reforestation, soil conservation, riparian rehabilitation, and groundwater recharge. To maintain the supply and the availability, we have to plan for these things. Then the storage optimization and new infrastructure. This climate-adjusted reservoir operation, desilted village tank systems and minor tanks, accelerate planned reservoirs. These planned reservoirs were highlighted during the stakeholder consultation meeting at the same room for the NEC planning. Then the rainwater harvesting and small-scale storages. Then I move to the strategic aspects too, how to promote efficient and effective water use. We have to think about the irrigation modernization and the upgrading also, SCADA-based automation, line canals, sprinkler and drip irrigation systems, on-demand delivery for more crop per drop. Urban and industrial tourism and environment demands, we are integrated water allocation strategies to balance competitive needs. Water productivity, we have to focus on the water productivity also, promote diversified, high-value, export-oriented agriculture crops, and reuse for industries and municipalities. Digital water accounting and allocation. We have to focus on IoT sensors, AI demand forecasting, satellite evapotranspiration monitoring for real-time equitable distribution. Third aspect is protecting water quality and environment. We have to control the pollution because considering the quantity without quality is useless. Therefore, we have to think about the pollution control and the monitoring system, public health and safeguard, environment flows and the ecosystem. We have to manage with the ecosystems also. Awareness and behavioral changes, promoting water conservation, reuse and pollution prevention through campaigns. Last strategic aspect is managing water extremes. We are facing several challenges from the extreme events, flood risk management, develop the standard operation procedures, real-time forecasting, reservoir free release and early warnings, and the drought resilience, safety preparedness, dam safety reviews, emergency action plans, disaster response readiness. We need those things to protect and minimize the impact to the general public. Community and urban preparedness, community disaster risk management, insurance systems, and risk transfer, nature-based solutions, urban drainage and wetland maintenance are very important to manage water extremes. Then the cross-cutting issues, capacity and institutional reforms, human capital, especially capacity development in hydroinformatics, GIS, climate adaptation, big data, innovation partnerships, because we need the water sector engineers' motivation to keep them in our country. Legal and policy aspects, National Water Act. We are talking about the National Water Act during last 25 years, but still it is one item of our agenda. Institutional coordination, align and coordination across agencies, and financial sustainability. It is very important. We cannot depend on the GOSL fund. We have to access the private-public partnerships, green bonds, payment for ecosystem services to deliver funding sources. Last one is stakeholder engagement. Without stakeholders during the planning stage, implementing stage, and the management stage, our interventions are meaningless. Inclusive participation of youth and gender in water governance also very important. My key message is Sri Lanka is at the critical juncture. Water management must move beyond the fragmented sectoral approach. Future-ready framework, integrated, resource-centered, climate resilience future-ready framework needed. Transformation requires institutional reforms that water sector agencies come out from their silos and come under the one umbrella to face these challenges. Therefore, institutional reforms, modern technologies, active stakeholder participation is necessary. Then the outcome is very strong economic recovery, environmental sustainability, and climate resilience. Water is not just a necessity, it is a Sri Lanka's strategic asset for a resilient future. To achieve that, as an engineers, we must lead with foresight, with innovation, and with unwavering responsibility to transform this vision into reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Engineer Janaki Megastenna for sharing with us about the current water needs in Sri Lanka. We're moving on now to the final presentation, ladies and gentlemen, and this time we'll be focusing on the need for a national building code in Sri Lanka. Our speaker is Engineer Dr. Asari Karunavardhana. He is Director General, Chief Executive Officer of the National Building Research Organization of Sri Lanka, or NBRO. And that's all he would like to be introduced as. So with that being said, let's put our hands together for our final speaker, Engineer Dr. Asari Karunavardhana.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, so I'm not going to make my presentation, but I just give an overview of the need of National Building Code of Sri Lanka. Because of the time consideration, as you used to do now, our institution is belong to the Ministry of Defense, and our Secretary is the Secretary of Defense, and the Honorable Minister is the President. So always we are used to explain the problem within less than 5 minutes time. So I use that strategy. So problem is the, in Sri Lanka, most of the buildings are constructed with the poor quality, and most of the time the engineers' knowledge and professional knowledge are not getting into these practices. Because of that, a lot of building collapse has been occurred, and a lot of maintenance problem, and most of the buildings are not fit into the environment. And we have some example like, building collapse in the Vellavath, building collapse in the Kandy. Many people died and a lot of damages occurred. As well as when there is a natural disaster like a landslide, flood, or extreme event, many buildings are getting damaged, and government has to pay a lot of compensations. We remember in 2017, we had an extreme event in the southwest region. A lot of building damage as well as many fatalities occurs. And the World Bank carried out a kind of post-disaster need assessment. 2017 onwards, the damage is about $316 million US dollars. You can see. So this kind of damage happened. So how can we go for the sustainable future, sustainable economy? In order to overcome these barriers, of course, now we have to have some kind of, approach for the resilient built environment. For that, of course, I think we need this kind of building code. As present practice, what is happening. Of course, these building approval are getting by the professionals. But that is not up to the standard. We have seen many loopholes. In order to overcome this, we have to have this kind of building code. What is building code? Building code is a set of rules. It's a set of rules to govern, to construct, to repair, or extension, or maintain buildings. It's a set of rules. Because of that, I think that has a more power. So that's why we want to introduce this building code. For that, National Building Research Organization, NBRO, Construction, CEDA, Construction Industry Development Authority, CEDA, and the UDA, together as a government entities, we make that effort. Of course, the Institute of Engineers, Institute of Architects, Institute of Contract Surveyors, town planners, everybody get together, and now we are trying to formulate this National Building Code for Sri Lanka. So we have identified what are the chapters. For that, we have studied many building codes, like Dubai Building Code, Japanese Building Code, Australian codes. By studying all these things, we have identified what is the need for the Sri Lankan building codes. It consists of actually 9 chapters, including structural, soil foundation, M&E part. So there are 9 chapters. You can refer to my presentation. All these details are available. So once we have these 9 chapters, of course, that is a responsibility for each institution to set the minimum requirement. What are the minimum requirements that need to establish this building code? So there are a lot of benefits. Of course, the one is we can ensure the stability of the building as well as the comfortability. It includes the thermal and space availability, everything. At the same time, now we are inviting a lot of investors. Once the investors come, so there are a lot of difficulties in estimating these building and infrastructure projects. So if we follow some kind of building codes, of course, before they come, they know what are the standards they have to follow. From that, of course, I think they can have a very good understanding what are the cost involvement and what are the approval process and all these things. So it will be good for the investors. So finally, what I want to say, so this exercise will be started hopefully next year together with all the stakeholders, these institutions as well as the professional bodies. So it's a responsibility of these government entities as well as the professional bodies and practitioners to give your input, because finally you have to use this one. It's your code. It's not the government code, it's your code. Because of that, so we are going to have some consultation committee meeting with the support of the ISL to improve this code. So hopefully within the 3 years' time, we want to complete this building code. Once we complete this building code, I think we can ensure that we are living in the safe, resilient built environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Engineer Asari Karunavardhana for sharing with us the need for National Building Code in Sri Lanka. With that, we come to the end of our insightful presentations for today. And we'd like to say thank you to every single speaker who shared with us their knowledge, their vision, their expertise on how we can contribute to our nation's development through